gallery and staff. This is the first of a few of the budget deliberations that we're going to be doing. It's all in public session, so again, because it's in the committee of the whole, people are welcome to ask questions. The first part for the fee-for-service presentations, we're just going to change it up slightly because we had planned to start this at 11, so we are going to just switch it around a little bit. So we're going to start with the Grand Forks Art Gallery, followed by the Boundary Museum, then the Boundary District Arts Council, followed by the Boundary Country Regional Chamber of Commerce. So without further ado, I'll send it off over to the CFO to carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd like to introduce our first presentation, which is the Gallery 2. And we have Mr. Hollett is going to be presenting from the Gallery 2.
Okay, thanks, Roxanne.
We just have our delegation right over here.
Over there? Okay.
Should be able to get, it should be working.
So, over and back.
Yes.
Your Worship and Council, thank you for allowing me to do this presentation today. My name is Steve Bullitt. I'm the co-chair of Gallery 2. And we have with us some staff members. We got Wendy Butterfield, who is our administrator, and Wendy Gibshaw. And our interior is not here. Yes. And we have a couple of our board members here with us as well. And we'll take you through this presentation. I understand your worship, we have about 15 minutes, and I'll try and shorten it up because I know you're pressed for time. So, do a quick introduction. We'll go over the highlights over the past year, and we'll just touch on our strategic plan. It's just important that you know that we have it, and we can always provide that to you in more detail. We'll summarize it. We'll talk about our fee-for-service request, and then we can leave it open for a discussion. And anytime, if there's a question or anything else as I'm going through, please interrupt. So first of all, and I'll get into a little bit of detail here just for completeness. I'm not sure how many of you really are familiar with Gallery 2, its history, and the various services it provides to the community. So I'll go through it again fairly quickly because I know you've had a presentation. I think you had it before, but I'm not sure. Okay, so our mandate. Foster understanding, interest, enjoyment of the arts and heritage throughout the community and the region. So this really underscores the purpose of the gallery. And there's a number of things that it helps do in terms of strengthening connections within Grand Forks, with the boundary communities, artists, audiences, schools, organizations, and the general public. And community engagement has been a very, very strong component of this since day one with the gallery. Last year, June 21st, 30 years in Grand Forks, which is pretty amazing, going from a beauty basement in a library to the to where we are now. And when we moved into the courthouse in 2008, the society operating under the name Gallery 2 Art and Heritage Center expanded its mandate, took on Visitor Center at the request of the city, and has been sort of increasing its presence in the community in terms of the various services it provides. I'm going to do a couple of highlights here. There are 17 highlights. I'll go through them fairly quickly because it kind of outlines what it does in the community. So we average about 13 art exhibitions a year. There's a balanced representation of the local, regional, and provincial artists. It sort of connects with the community, allows them to see what's going on. We have a strong membership of over 300 people that continues to grow as we move along. In terms of the local art exhibitions, Boundary Showcase, Studio Watch, this is an ability for, an opportunity for everyone within the region to exhibit public art in a public setting, and it also allows sort of smaller artists and would like to be able to present their contributions as well. We have a permanent collection, almost 300 works by national, local, and international artists, $350,000 in value, and that is a city asset. So it belongs to the city. We have a permanent heritage gallery that we were able to open in 2011 with the help of the credit union, and it looks at a historical overview of the community And it's really been very, very useful because people come to the visitor center, then they come in here, and they look through all, and then they stay longer. They look around, they spend more money, they get a better feel for the community and the region.
Mr. Pollock, can I
Yes.
just back to the previous slide on the
Sure.
permanent collection, is that ever displayed publicly? It is.
It is. I mean, we have a couple of pieces up all the time at the
Okay.
gallery, but
And rotates through.
And are they identified as part of the collection?
Sorry, I'm.
oh, you are there.
Oh, you were here.
Sorry, we actually have some up right now. The William Featherston show that's on right now is mostly from our collection. I think there's 5 pieces there, and the shadfolds that we have in our collection are quite on display, but along with the Penticton collection. It's a
Yeah.
mixture of both right now. But we try to keep as much of the up as we can when we can do it.
Thank you.
The East Heritage Gallery, this is kind of a really fun little gallery. It does different kinds of exhibitions, maybe about 2 a year. It's really community-based. We had a sort of what it was like in the 60s and 70s, and kids could come in and say, "You guys really dress like that? Is that what you wear?" And then we had Toys R Us, which was the same sort of thing, a very sort of heritage kind of thing around toys. Again, the kids being able to come in and think, "Oh my God, where was the iPad?" The Heritage Gallery this year, we begin with an exploration of national provincial heritage aspects, and it's got a Main Street theme to it, which is really interesting in terms of how communities develop over time. And this one, and the next one is going to be an exhibition based on the Canadian painter Tom Thompson. And he, for those of you who are familiar with the Group of 7, Tom Thompson was the guy who actually started the whole process, opened up that whole field of art, in which the Group of 7 continued and to this day. And make sure you buy a raffle ticket because we have a chestnut canoe that's been restored locally. Yeah, I'm going to buy a few of those tickets. Kettle River Canoes has generously agreed to restore an original chestnut canoe from that era, and we will be raffling that off. Educational programming. We have a lot of connections with the schools, provide both tours, extracurricular activities, educational opportunities. This year we had the Aboriginal Education Program. The kids did drums, they went to drumming sessions to sort of connect with the Aboriginal part of our culture. The Visitor Center. We administer the Visitor Center. Usually the first point of contact in general, when you go into a community, you go to the Visitor Center, and again, the Visitor Center connects with our local Heritage Gallery. And then we took over at the city's request the campground, telephone and online reservation systems. And now we're also working with the city. The board approved at our last meeting approval in principle to work with the city with their request to take on more of the campground reservations, the running of it. And we are in discussions with the city staff now on that. And we will likely do that as a separate contract, separate for the fee for service for what you see here. So it's kind of a piece that we'll add on to see how we're going to do that. Tourism outreach, obviously. And for those of you who can't see very well, it's Clarities. Sorry, Clarities. I can't see it clearly myself. So it does, it sells fishing licenses, provides reservations for the Rock Candy Mine, city campground, as I said, and there's new signage with the help of the RDKB. Art rentals and sales, pretty obvious. We have an art rental program. People can enjoy the art if they can't afford to buy, or they just want to rotate it through their homes or offices. Revenue generation, we have our gift shop, and it generates about 20% of our revenue, operational revenue. But what's really important is that it specializes in local and regional arts, crafts of the highest standard, I'm told. And it produces, as I say, a strong revenue source for us, but it also helps the to bring people in. They stop, they see it on the street, they come in, and then it connects to the visitor center and open up some more tourism opportunities. They stay a little longer. We have special fundraising events, wine tasting, I know you're aware of that. That's our biggest fundraiser of the year. It's sold out every year. We do various kind of themes, approaches with it. Wineries are very, very anxious to be able to get space and to provide an opportunity for local wineries to show their wares. And we partner with the secondary school grad for a safe rifling program, and they get all of the proceeds from that. So we're going to be doing Rembrandt's Attic again. We do this about every 5 years, where artists and they donate various types of art, and then we go through an interesting buying of tickets, drawing of tickets. It's a very fun event. It allows local artists, again, to get out there and show what we produce here in the region, and it also has an opportunity for us to be able to make a donation, and then we get raffle tickets, and it works all the way around. We're going to do our garden tour. We do this every second year, and again, participants are treated to artists and musicians who perform in each of the gardens. So that's the garden tour. You're looking at the various artists, musicians, and that sort of thing, who represent the community. So everything from federal, provincial grants, on-site catering, facility rentals, it all goes into our revenue sources. So we are able to, we have a strong presence on the internet. We have a website, we have a social media, Facebook, we have Twitter accounts, and we use the newsletters quite often to get out there. We serve various communities here. I won't go through all of this. You can read it. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty straightforward. We do depend on our volunteers very heavily. They're a critical piece of what we're able to provide to the community, and without them, it'd be pretty tough to do. So I just want to touch on our strategic plan, but the very foundation of it is based on the evidence, worldwide evidence, that a thriving arts and cultural community creates not only vibrant society, it contributes to economic growth, tourism, job creation, public opportunities, heritage, cultural identity. And if you look at the experience of New York City, Toronto, the other major cities who have gone through some pretty tough fiscal times, and looking at what they're going to cut or not cut in terms of their support. The arts, of course, are always up there first as targets. And I spent 12 years as the Assistant Deputy Finance Minister in Victoria, and that's the first thing that always came up. Okay, you know, we've got to concentrate on the economy, we've got to concentrate on infrastructure, job creation, all this good stuff. But when you actually got down, particularly in BC, on a regional basis, of what the impact that has, we've backed off quite a bit. Our strategic plan, there's just this one page on it. We have a mission statement, we have the mandate that's laid out, we have our core values here, and we have a detailed strategic plan, and I can make that available, I can table it along with other information for your deliberations. Financial stability. This is a real trick for us because we depend upon grants that are subject to political whims and timing. And so just before an election, I'm talking about a provincial election, the grants go up, and after the election, the grants go down. And it creates a challenge for us, and we also get the grants at different times of the year, and which means at the end of the fiscal year, they'll drop it in and say you have to spend it, and it will be targeted or designated as a grant. So it just doesn't go into a pot for us to spend. It's when you apply for a grant, it's for a specific type of program that has to be put into place. The only thing we can rely on is, number one, the ongoing support from this council and the city, which has been absolutely remarkable, and our own ability to raise revenues. And as we go into this, on the revenue side, City of Grand Forks, our main revenue provider, in terms of the fee-for-service agreements that we have with you, provincial and federal grants, and then our earned revenues, donations, and memberships. On the expenditure side, of course, the usual salary and benefits, and then any exhibition costs, any of the special events, administration, and building maintenance. And this just kind of gives a breakdown of our revenue sources, and you can see the city is our main source, but I just want to point something out to you. Earned revenue, that's what we generate ourselves, is the second largest. And that's quite unique for a facility like this in this province. I work all over the province, and I can tell you that it is really to this community's credit that they support the gallery and all the other events that it provides. On the expenditure side, not very surprisingly, wages are the main piece, followed by exhibitions, fundraising, administrative fees, sort of thing. This is a, just to give you sort of a visual of the revenue and expenditure side, and staff and will has the details with respect to the budget. We're going to do again this year. So in summary, this is just stating what I've already stated. But we do face a lot of challenges. We face a lot of budget pressures. We face a lot of uncertainty. We face a lot of difficulties in putting this together. And let me just tell you one of them is that for one of our grants from the province, we have to put in our budget, our grant application. So we put together a budget, we put it in, grant application, $45,000. We never get $45,000. We only get $29,000, $29,700. So what happens is you have an automatic deficit before you even approve your budget. So we have to adjust for that. And so what that means is that the board and staff have to be incredibly diligent all through the year. We track the budget, we've got a tracking system, and we decide on what aspects of what events we're going to do, if we're going to spend a bit more here, cut back a little bit here. So it's a constant process of maintaining, in our view, a balanced budget and stability. So what we're asking the fee request, we know that there's always fiscal pressures. We understand that. We're not asking for a lift. We are merely asking to have the same fee for service level that we had last year at $142,000. Question? Yes.
Just a couple of questions with regard to provincial grants. Is that the BC Gaming grants? Or is that included in?
One is BC Gaming and the other is BC Arts Council.
Okay, so the gaming grants, they've been drastically reduced, haven't they?
They were cut off completely about 4 years ago. They reinstated them, but not at the levels.
Not at the levels that they.
Yeah.
they
But we're close to where we were before.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, that's good, 'cause I know-
28.7 and we're at 30 for quite a few years.
Yeah, because I know when I was on council the last time, I did an analysis and it was just atrocious.
Yeah, they
the
cut
cuts
it
that they-
totally for about 3 years, and now they have put them back in place again. But
Well,
not at the levels they have.
Well, that's good, thank you.
Councilor Grover.
Yeah, just some confirmation. Like I see when you have your revenue streams up there, it says the city and it says provincial and federal governments. But I believe that you also receive support and some funding from the other local governments of the area,
Good catch, thank you.
Area C and Area D. So for everybody, they also support the project, just like.
Yeah, I thought, I might have said.
It does say regional.
Where?
Regional, provincial.
On the other one.
You know, but you're right, Neil, I didn't,
Okay.
I should have acknowledged that a little more forcefully. I apologize.
Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really interesting, Mr. Pollock. Pollock?
Paulus.
Pollock,
Steve.
sorry. Steve, okay, thank you. Yeah, in your strategic plan, I think it was your mission statement or your vision statement. If I may, I think one of the, if I can just share it with you, I'm sure many people here are aware that there's also courses that are offered at university now, master programs, focusing on art therapy. And art is not only a great way to celebrate our history and our diversity and our culture, but it's also a way for healing for many people, and especially for children and for adults. And it's also something that is used worldwide historically, just not only to celebrate culture, but to engender peace. And I'm thrilled that you're here. I mean, I'm a newcomer to this town. The building is fantastic. I like it that it's universally accessible to all people. And personally, I don't want to live in a place that doesn't celebrate the arts. It's not peaceful if you don't have the arts as a centerpiece and culture as a centerpiece to our community. So I just want to really thank you for coming and to really consider the healing and the huge role that it plays and peace. Yeah, it's huge in revolutionary movements, right?
You're
And-
quite right.
Yeah.
No, we're looking now, we've been going through in the last couple of years, sort of a whole process from going again to leaky basement to the new building to, okay, getting our act together in terms of where we're gonna go forward. And now we're just about ready to sort of take that next step
Mhm.
in terms of being able to really give the gallery its full potential in the region. And that's one of the things we're looking at. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity,
Oh, sorry.
when the city has an open house at the gallery, what is the financial arrangement then?
When
It's free to the public. Yeah.
So,
So the members receive a notice, in a letter or email. And it's always in the paper as well, public is always welcome.
But the city doesn't pay a rental then?
Oh,
Or do
now that's our opening. The city has rented the building on occasion, as has lots of others, and that's one of our fundraisers, is facility rental. And if the fee depends on who's renting the rental.
That's actually, we're actually, that's a good question because we're reviewing our whole policy around that because we really subsidize it right now. And we're gonna try and keep it down as possible, as much as we can, because we want it to be an open facility and just kind of barely cover our costs. And right now, a lot of it, we don't cover our costs, but for the view is that, okay, we don't really cover our costs. And a lot of the time, the staff overtime is not paid, volunteers, board members going in, doing that sort of thing. And so we're looking at it now in terms of ensuring that we provide that service and that we don't start charging quote unquote market rates or whatever, or we don't ensure that we don't compete with anyone else in the community. We're very careful about that. We had a proposal to open up a little cappuccino bar and the rest of it, and to people coming in, and we said, no, we're not gonna do that, because it's gonna compete with other, with Juvenile, Protos, or anyone else.
Councilor Hammond.
I'd just like to commend you on your fundraising activities and the ability to raise so much money on your own. I think it's a remarkable facility, and we're lucky to have such a place in Grand Forks.
So just, if I may, sorry I've gone a long time, but just if I can just make a personal observation. I'm semi-retired. I moved here from the coast 9 years ago. I don't live in Grand Forks. I live up somewhere in area, yeah, it's called somewhere out there. And I worked all over the province, and I've never seen a facility like this. It's amazing what this community has done. And right now I'm working on a project for the district of Vanderhoof. And Vanderhoof got started as an artist colony. And it's a major municipal multiplex and the rest of it, and I'm doing the business case for it. And they were talking about the performing arts culture, and I said, hey, let's go take a look at Grand Forks. And I mentioned that I'm on the board of the Grand Forks Art Gallery to my colleagues on the coast, business. And they say to me, what? I said, oh, go take a look. I said, sure. And they come back to me and they said, oh my God, that's amazing. So I just got to take my hat off to this community. This guys have done amazing job.
Do we have any other questions or discussions?
Your worship, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your presentation.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Gallery 2. Our next presentation will be from the Foundry Museum. Because we had to move the time a little bit, we have somebody subbing in to do the presentation. So if there are any questions regarding the finances for the Boundary Museum, staff will jot them down and we can probably get back to you at the beginning of the next meeting with the answers for that, just so you're aware of that. These presentations, any presentations that we have on PowerPoint, we will make available to council, and these groups have also given us their financial statements for the last year too. Those will all be put in the summary of information items for the next meeting for council. So here's the Boundary Museum.
Thank you. Your worship, councilors, fellow delegates. It gives me great pleasure to be here today. My name is Bob DeMarco. I've been a board member and member of the Boundary Museum for several years. The board and members of the Boundary Museum Interpretive Center wish to thank you for this opportunity to present our annual report to our local government supporters as we work together in preserving, protecting, and showcasing our local history through the archival services located at the historic City Hall building, the museum site located on Reservoir Road, the Duke of War Heritage Flour Mill, the Christina Lake Welcome Center, and the Gyro Park outdoor displays. We have attached our value statement, our mandate mission statement, along with a 5-year plan, which runs from 2013 to 2017. And we are pleased to report that the museum is on schedule to meeting the 5-year plan. The coming year and long-term vision, of course, are dependent on operational funding. The partnerships that we have forged to date are a testament to the strength and commitment by many of preserving our local history. Of primary recognition is the ongoing partnership with the Duke of War people of the Union of Spiritual Communities of Christ, at the USCC, along with the many volunteers from the Boundary Woodworkers Guild who have donated their time and restoration talents to the success of the museum and interpretive center. As it stands today, be shared and enjoyed regionally for many years to come. Some of our highlights from 2014. The Grand Forks Duke of War Building Heritage Society owns a 1915 heritage flour mill that was reopened in 2013 after a partnership was created with the Boundary Museum to operate the mill and bring it up to operating standards after having been closed for a number of years. This was a major endeavor that involved restoring the machinery located on 2 floors and updating the facility to welcome visitors from its highly visible location of Highway number 3 and Mill Road. Pride of the Valley, whole wheat, white, rye, and Trinidad flour sales have exceeded expectations, with local grocery outlets carrying inventory to support this local food production. This year, we will see the mill open from May to October with a full-time miller on site and summer students at the adjacent Welcome Center actively engaging visitors on touring grounds, viewing the old steam boiler system and stone mill, the bread-making outdoor oven, and enjoying a picnic along the Kettle River. Off-season flower sales are conducted at the museum. Flower sales for 2014 totaled $1,278. The Grand Forks and District Recreation Society was established in the early 1980s, and they have come on board to undertake fundraising projects for operation of the flour mill and the proposed development of the second display building measuring 40 by 60 feet at the Reservoir Road location. Currently, 50% of the funding is in place for this building project. The Boundary Museum Building Committee has completed construction of the 1,600 square foot, 40 by 40 display building on the west side of the museum grounds that is ready for rotating displays for forestry, mining, transportation artifacts. This $100,000 project was funded primarily from in-kind contributions and financial support from many local organizations and businesses, including Interfor and Roxall, who complement the $16,500 seed money grant received from the Vancouver Foundation, and additional grants and aids from RDKB Area D, the Phoenix Foundation of the Boundary, and private donations. The 8-panel exterior solar heating project is nearing completion, with the $77,000 funding provided by RDKB Area D Director's application to UBCN for gas tax funds, with an extension to heat the nearby museum building. Close to final approval by Forest BC will contribute to a reduction in our carbon footprint. A solar workshop is planned in June of 2015 for the public to see the completed project and learn the many possibilities for residential and commercial applications. A landscape improvement project is underway and the volunteers planted 100 caragana trees and 12 Schubert chokecherry trees, along with the continual seasonal grooming and maintenance of the exterior grounds at the museum and flower mill sites. Boundary Woodworkers Guild volunteers who work out of the former SPCA workshop in Donaldson continue to restore countless artifacts and conduct on-site carpentry and repairs in return for the use of this space. Some of the projects we've done is the 2-seater 4-wheel mail wagon right down to horsehair and leather seats, 1-horse cutter, a Singer sewing machine from 1896, a roll-top desk, wooden stacking office files, an Edwardian parlor chair, Mossberg Grand Four stagecoach, which was done 2 years ago, which is used in the odd parade. And we also used the museum grounds. The Boundary 4-H Multi-Club uses the lower level meeting room for winter projects, and the exterior grounds in the summer to train their dogs in obedience and agility. And you're looking at yours truly as the dog trainer. And you haven't lived until you try to teach that dog training to an 8-year-old child with a 10-year-old dog. It's a challenge. The Granby Wilderness Society also share office space at the museum and contribute to a wildlife display on site. The group uses the parking area as a gathering point for field trips to the Saddle Lake Regional District Park and for nature walks. The Christina Lake Welcome Center plays a satellite role in the museum's operation, where we have 2 wall-mounted display cases illustrating local interest artifacts. The teepee that was donated by RDKB Area C and private woodlot owner is erected each summer and has been proven to be beneficial in delivering First Nations storytelling to many visitors who participate in cultural crafts programs during the summer season. Our partnership sees many visitor referrals to the museum from Christina Lake. The Boundary Historical Society, whose 16 delightful publications are an important part of the Boundary history, work closely with the museum to preserve and deliver the many collected stories. They hold their meetings and special events on site, and in return, space has been allocated at the City Hall archival location to protect some of their records. The Kettle Valley Food Co-op held their September Harvest Festival on the grounds, attracting over 300 visitors with over 170 touring the museum. With the success of this community event, the 2 organizations will be working together to highlight the 2015 Harvest Festival, making it even bigger and better. Education programs with local teaching professionals and homeschool parents continue to fill the museum throughout the year with many curious youth eager to learn about their community and the history lessons of our forefathers. Hands-on displays and demonstrations such as the outdoor bread oven, pioneer crafts and games, as well as First Nations culture on display are highlighted when everyone gets to sit in the museum schoolroom exhibit, complete with period discs and plaque slates. Visitor count and activities have been increasing year over year, with the outdoor shade house constructed in 2012, offering a beautiful valley backdrop for weddings, social and business functions. Museum guest register count for the operating months in 2014 was 1,393 visitors. Those are signed in. Some get away from us. The estimated volume of traffic with private functions and meetings held by other organizations and events exceeded 3,500. The Okanagan Nation Alliance and member archaeologist Robert Dennis do visit to see the spearheads left behind by their forefathers that have been entrusted to the museum. An expression of interest to exchange native artifacts for temporary display and education purposes will be discussed for this year. Now, just a few of the strategic planning project review for 2015, and it makes me a little tired just to look at it, but we'll try. Archival collection and documenting resuming after the City Hall fire to be open to the public for ancestry research. We've been kind of stymied there for a bit because of we have no access to all the records, so we have a backlog which our archivist, Sue Adrian, is chomping at the bit to get to tackle. So hopefully soon that'll be started. We have applications submitted to funding programs for 3 summer students. Summer cultural classes and crafts offered at 2 museum locations based on successful summer student funding. TP storytelling and proposed drumming classes at the Christina Lake Welcome Center. The new 1,600 square foot display building will be filled with forestry, mining, and transportation events Construction of the new 40 by 60 exhibit building adjoining the recently constructed display building based on securing the final 50% funding still needed for the project. Relocation of the donated historic square timber building from Rock Creek to the museum site to house the future Tractor Creek tool shop at the museum. Now, this thing I've seen, it's unbelievable. It's over 100 years old. The roof fell in. The beams are like 30 feet long. It's just as straight as an arrow. It's unbelievable. So the owner has kindly said, if you want them, come and get them. Which is not an easy thing, but we'll try. We also need to build some timber frame structures to house the bells from Gyro Park. Work with local organizations to develop a demonstration hemp plot. Landscaping upgrades and proposed south-facing slope drought-resistant grasses and plants. Local businesses will be invited to rack their promotional material and agricultural-related products in the flour mill to support our local growers and promote the Boundary Country Regional Chamber of Commerce. Cattle Valley Fruit Crop Harvest Festival celebrated on the museum grounds at the end of September. And if you missed it this year, do try and attend next year. It's just a fun day. Okay? And we've also asked to promote nature walk activities with the Grand Forks Trail Society and the Grand View Wilderness Society. And in closing, I'd just like to say thank you for your continued support, and we're hoping that you can continue to support the museum. You continue to support us, we'll continue to work. Okay? Any questions? Kristen?
You're seeking the same level of funding this year as you have in previous years?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I make a short speech on the bread making?
Does that include the free speech?
Free bread? No. So, one of the main highlights we have up there that we do every Thursday is we make bread. We have an outdoor oven. One of the Google outdoor ovens that Morgan Hunt built up there a few years ago. And we buy wood. We put the wood in the oven probably 5 o'clock in the morning to get the oven good and hot. And then we take the bread out of we take the wood out of the oven, and now the oven stays hot all day long. We get our bread from Mrs. B's Bakery. She bakes the bread. We give her the flour and stuff.
Raises the bread.
And then we bring it up, raise it in the pan, and we stuff it in the oven. And in the oven, it's about 45 minutes later it comes out. But I also hand whip butter, and we have homemade jam, homemade butter, homemade bread, and we sell the bread for $5 a loaf. And the bread basically sells itself. We slice one bread up for samples, and the rest of it. So you're welcome to come up and taste the bread and buy a loaf. It's really good stuff. It goes pretty fast, so you gotta get up there early. Neil, get up there early to get that bread. So anyway, I welcome you all to come up and try our bread. It's really good, and it's homemade, made on site. We got an official baker, Bill Shovelday. He's experiments all winter trying to make some gluten-free bread this year. So we have a lot of fun, and it's local flour and local wheat, local flour, local bread, all local. So we have a good time. We enjoy it up there. So come on up. Thank you.
One thing I did forget to mention too is our blacksmith shop is fully equipped now and operating, and we use it for demonstrations also. Mainly
Right.
Is there any other questions?
That's what happened.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the volunteers that keep the flour mill and the museum alive and continue growing. We're so fortunate to have this in our community. It attracts tourists, it educates the community. If nobody's ever been up there, I've been to both facilities and toured both, and actually we've done stories on both. And it's an amazing, amazing facility. So please go and see it.
Thank you.
Councilor Bud.
Anyways,
Yeah, I bought some of your flour the other day. I really appreciate it, and I'd love to see you doing more flour milling up there and more bread baking, because like you said, it's a hot commodity and it's locally made, it's healthy, it doesn't have any additives to the flour, so if there's any way you can do more of that, that would be even better.
Well, we're kind of in a bit of a quandary there. Perhaps one of the local bake shops might want to take some of that, like they using that flour. We don't want to compete with local business. That's not our thing. But we certainly want to promote them. That's for sure. But the demonstrations, I think, could be going to a lot of different things, especially with the flour mill itself. I think it's a really a big opportunity for the local agricultural community to promote their products there.
Just a question. There are several similar museums. One I would think of is Upper Canada Village, which was a period museum based in 1816. And another one would be Black Creek Pioneer Village, for example. And there's Fort Louisbourg in Nova Scotia. People dress in period costume and they do these wonderful programs. It's huge as far as a tourist attraction, as a destination. Do you ever look at doing something like that throughout the summer where people are dressed in period costume and you actually have the forge, like they have blacksmiths on site and they're building things and then they sell what they build, like Kootenai Forge. You know, Kootenai Forge is hugely successful and they're selling things in their gift shop. They make wax candles, they have weavers and spinners, but people dressed in period costumes, so you actually have that period experience as well.
Yeah, no, we've looked at things of that nature. Our problem has been just to get to where we are. It's taken every ounce of energy that we have. Down the road, we get another couple of years under our belt, we'll have a bit of breathing room. We can start looking at different programs. I just met the new president, for example, of the Spinners and Weavers group, the Focus on Fiber group, and she is an accomplished spinner and weaver, so we can get back into doing that demonstration again. Things of that nature, yeah. Period costume, I just flat refuse to do that.
We're fairly new, a fairly new organization up there, and we just started doing a lot of these things just a couple of years ago, and we're still in the process of getting things running. And as soon as we get, as Bob says, something behind our belt, we'll probably get dressed in period. I don't know what Bob will look like. But anyway, that's where we are. We're looking at all that stuff, but we're still fairly new in business up there. But we're struggling along and we're doing the best we can, and we do a good job.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
I would just give a mea culpa. You would know more about this if I could finish doing the video editing of stuff I've shot up there, helping them out. But you guys just keep me too busy. So.
Do we have any other questions or concerns, discussions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen from the Boundary Museum. The next presentation will be the Boundary District Arts Council. And we do have a presentation in the next week.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councilors, ladies and gentlemen. I am the treasurer of Boundary District Arts Council. We call ourselves BDAC. And I've been the treasurer not quite 7 months, 8 months. There hasn't been a treasurer before. So I don't know everything, but I'm learning lots. And we would like to present this short presentation. We have the last several years gotten a fee for service agreement that is now called $4,500. It is life-saving to our small group. It's all run by volunteers, and in the last couple of years, I think it sounds like that everybody's kind of worn out, and we're really inventing the purpose of BDAC and hoping to, we're already starting to see some new volunteers, new ideas come, so we're looking forward to that. And we provide, as the mandate requires for this agreement, 2 live performance series concerts remaining for the 2014-15 year. This next one coming in is Le Vent du Nord from Quebec. presented at Gem Theater February 11th. That's a great time to take your sweetie out for Valentine's Day. It's 7:30 and we've got tickets out, posters up everywhere, and it's going to be a wonderful night to be out and enjoy some great music. And then in March, we have Ferris and Jason Romero, and they are a band also that proves going to be very lively and creative music. And that will again be at the Gem March 20th. And probably about the 1st of March, we'll have tickets out, posters up. So something to keep in mind. We are hoping to sell tickets this time and to actually have full houses for our presentation. Then the live series for the 2015-16 year, since we go from July to June, will be in negotiation very soon and before the summer fall area. As per the BDAC President Michelle Garrison's member appointment to the 2013-14 Economic Development Advisory Committee of the Corporation of the City of Grand Forks. Our BDAC's Performance Series partnership with Gem Theater is part of the City of Grand Forks' planned revitalization of the city core in cooperation with BDAC. And we are most happy to use this facility. All of the performers that go to the Gem Theater have just expressed outstanding joy at being in a live built theater. It's built for performances and they find it excellent. It keeps an addition to the downtown core that we did not utilize when we were at the high school auditorium. And it's proven, I think, to be quite advantageous. And the other thing that we have coming up in April, of course, with the gallery is the Arts Week all across BC, various communities put on. It's third week in April, and we involve a lot of the school children in the community and get involved in arts that interest them and have little performances at the gallery, and we're happy to pair off with them for that week. In the summertime, every other year, we have sponsored a Kettle Rivers Festival of Arts and Culture. And this year, we would like to expand the season, not just from a 2-week period, but to include May through September, and to partner with everybody from Christina Lake to the Rock Creek area. And that would include, of course, our fall fair. And we want to have venues in all of the communities along the way and to advertise for each other the summer festivities. There's approximately 60,000 tourists or more to our area in that length of time. And Gem Theater has also expressed interest in having summer performances at the theater with us and take advantage of these people. They're always looking for wonderful, exciting things to do and to learn about the local area. So we hope to have that going for this year. And we're going to also hopefully involve other boundary merchants to sponsor and to help coordinate with their activities. And this expansion comes out of BDAC's work with the Economic Development Advisory Committee of the city. And of course, we have grants to our member art groups each 12 months, and they're paid out in June. And we get a provincial grant for that in partnership with the province, and that is to allocate to, we have now 16 current groups under our mandate that we help perform and to advertise and support in their each own specialty art, dancers, writers group, all kinds of singers and so forth and so on. So they apply to a grant through us, and we have some funds to allocate to that. So if you have any further questions, I'm happy to try and answer them. We do request that our funding continue we don't have a lot of space in our budget for shortfalls. And of course, the province doesn't always want to continue their funding either, and so it's a fine line for small groups to keep going, but from keeping the arts going in Grand Forks in conjunction with these other presenters today is our mandate, and that's why we exist and hope to continue to serve.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Boundary District Arts Council is the umbrella organization, as you said, for all of the arts, or many of the arts and cultural.
That's true.
And so any funds that you receive from the city then are used to support those other organizations. Is that right?
That's the purpose of our funds.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment on the partnership with the Gem Theater, putting on the production there. That is such a great facility.
Yes, and they go all out, and they save us approximately $500 each performance compared to what we were having to pay at the high school. So that's a great asset, and it just keeps downtown ticking.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you didn't state your name?
Susan Halls.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Yeah, I think it's great. I love living in a town where we have a gem theater and we have live performances. I think it makes it really fun to be here. Once again, the importance of arts and culture make this place so unique and attractive, especially with relative size of this town that we have.
It's
And-
exceptional.
Oh, it's fabulous. Yeah, so I just want to thank you a lot. So keep on doing what you're doing. I applaud you.
Okay, great.
Since the Kettle River Festival of the Arts, we're planning on expanding it from May to September now. Perhaps you'd like to partner with Boundary Museum for some cultural events.
And it would be part of the city's activities for sure. Yes, wonderful. And what we hope to do is just basically provide a website for everybody from the Christina Lake to Rock Creek and Garden River, just so that tourists can look into one website and find out what is happening today in this boundary area. And we want everybody's activities on that bulletin so that it provides real access. Good ideas. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or discussions?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Our final presenter for the food for service is Mr. James Wilson from Boundary Country Regional Chamber of Commerce. And then we'll put your slide up and I can give you the remote right here.
Like I said, I don't need to introduce myself again, but thank you, Mayor and Council, for inviting me to be here. I'm part of the Boundary Country Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Executive Director. We're here again to ask for food for service this year. With that, I figured the best way to kind of go over is just to work on some of the highlights from the previous year that the Chamber has been involved with, specifically with the City of Grand Forks. I'd like to start with saying about the Biz After Biz. It's an event where we invite businesses, member, non-member organizations to come to a local business in town and enjoy some hors d'oeuvres and a little bit of wine and talk about what's going on in the community. Talk about business, shop a little bit, find out what's going on with the calendar. I'm sorry, the last presenter, your name? Susan. You brought up a good point about a calendar of events. Just to segue a little bit, the Chamber actually has been working on a community calendar.
Yes, we're aware of that.
Yeah, and
we are a member of you.
That's right. And a lot of the groups that presented today actually are members of the Chamber of Commerce. So we have been partnering and working with these people. And our goal is to get a community calendar where everybody can go. And I just think you bring that up again. That's a great idea. And I think that's part of our mandates going on with that. We hosted the All Candidates Forum, which everyone here is aware of and participated in recently in November. It was a good event. We did it across the boundary, and I'm sure we're going to do it again when it comes to the provincial election coming up. We also partner with the Downtown Business Merchants, or society that's going on here in the downtown core. I sit on as a liaison for that board and participate in their decisions. We also participate in the Movies in the Park event that's been going on last summer. And they're going to start continuing on with that again this summer. It's a great pride community event for young families to bring out their kids. Like I don't like kids look forward to every time. watching some family wholesome movies in the park that we can utilize. Another thing is I spend a lot of time working with the city staff. We participated in the tree light-up recently, and it was great. We are currently planning with the staff the Family Day. We've helped deliver those community profiles to local businesses. We are helping with the newsletter. We've been sending out a newsletter e-blast from the city of Grand Forks. I've been helping with that, and also a social media presence. I've been working with the city staff, and just recently, it's not in your notes here, but we've actually set up a thing called Google Analytics for the Grand Forks website. That way it tracks all your hits and clicks and everything that is going on. I can even tell where somebody came from in Africa. Like it pinpoints. So anytime people check that, I can send it to the city staff and let them have that so they can report to you as a council. 2015, what we're looking forward is, again, hosting more Biz After Biz, continuing working with all the organizations and businesses in the community, specifically in this area, because we know this is our major funding, and we really want to support the city in many ways we can. Continue working with the city staff in that area. I also just want to ask, Mr. Mayor, if you could appoint a liaison for our board, that'd be appreciated too. When that time is right, I don't know if it's the right time or not, but bring that up as well. We will continue to ask for our $20,000 for service, and thank you very much. Any questions? I'm trying to speed it up too.
There's some.
Just for clarity, who is running the city website or what?
The city is running the website. I'm just helping them track the hits, and just so that we can see who's coming in and out of the website. Yeah.
Any other questions? Discussion?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steers.
That's the fun, exciting part.
Joe, see ya.
We're seeing her take break over for the rest of the presentations over the other side of the room. That would be nice.
What is she doing?
I say the one now.
Do you want the slanting part? That's a tactical.
That would be excellent, thank you.
Slanted part?
Yeah, this is the. Oh.
This is gonna work for you, bananas up this guy.
Here.
No, bring it back a bit.
That's last one.
That's actually good.
Get the hallway out of the way.
Look at your ear. They can see your ear from here.
Yeah.
We got that perfect then.
It's got a skill.
I should be able to, I think I speak loud enough, hopefully everyone can hear me.
Okay.
How exciting, the 2015 financial plan. So we've had the fee for service presentations now. Technically we should be taking a lunch break, we're running a little bit behind. But I would like to go through the fee for service summary. Here's what we have on the agenda for today. We'll go through the fee for service. We'll do a little bit of an operating review for 2014. We'll look at our timeline, our budget schedule, and what we've done to date. And then we'll have each of our managers give their operating presentations for their departments. And then we'll look at the 2015 operating budget summary, which is extremely draft right now. It's just to give council an idea of the structure of our budget for 2015. And we'll look briefly at the 2014 RDKB requisition. We haven't yet received the 2015, but they are working on it right now, and they need to have theirs passed by March 31st, so that'll be happening pretty quick here. And then we'll look at revenues, 2014 and projected 2015 revenues. This is the first of 3 budget consultations. The second one will be February 10th, Committee of the Whole, and we'll be presenting the capital budget. And then February, I believe it's 23rd after that, is when we will present the draft. And that's when a lot of the decisions will be finalized on some of the operating and capital issues. All right, so we had those. Okay, fee for service. This is just a summary of the fee for service from 2012 to projected in 2015. 2015 is very draft. We just put the numbers in here on what we, sorry for the small printing, on what we estimates for 2015. But as you can see, Gallery 2, 2012 was 127.5, 130, 139 it says right now for 2014. And the reason it says that, we're having a little bit of the Gallery 2 runs on a different year end than us. So their year end is March 31st. So their final 4th quarter payment is actually in our following fiscal year. So their first payment of 2015 actually is extending from 2014. So there's a bit of an overlap there of 1 quarter. And that's why the number is different. But the current operating agreement with the Gallery 2 is for $142,000. You can see that increased from 2013 from 130, and that was in exchange for some of the visitor information center campground bookings that they had discussed during their fee for service. And they had also mentioned briefly in their presentation about discussions for possibly passing the rest of that over the campground operations. That will be, I'm sure the manager of operations will be discussing that in his operating presentation. Chamber of Commerce, 2013, they were given 10,000, and then in 2014, 20,000, and they're asking for 20,000 in 2015. We've also discussed with the Chamber of Commerce possibly working with them regarding business licenses, collection of business licenses, monitoring, etc.
Amalgamation.
And we had talked about that too, so we might want to discuss that with council, the idea of offering a dual membership to the chamber and a business license at the same time. So council may want to look at that this upcoming budget season. Boundary Museum, 50,000 in 2012, and 2015 it went up to 70, and it was 70 in 2014, and they're requesting 70 again this year. Boundary Districts Arts Council, 4,500 across the board. So we have these are fee for services. We recently changed that. It used to be called grants and aid, but we wanted to change to reflect the idea that these organizations are providing a service that the city would provide, or within the city's mandate to provide these services. So council's aware that we're not allowed to assist business, and giving a flat out grant may be seen as assisting a business, but we have fee for service arrangements, written agreements with these organizations, and they've stated out in their fee for service what kind of things they will provide. You heard the Arts Council, I believe, talking about the couple of the events that they hold, and same as the Boundary Museum. So it is under a little contract with the city on what services they will provide for these fees.
Just curious, the 2 big jumps there with the chamber and the Boundary Museum, 10,000 and 20,000. What were the increased services in the 2?
Well, we didn't have a fee for service agreement before those at that time. We've just implemented the fee for service in 2013. So I could go back and look at what they were, what the justification was for that increase in 2013, and definitely get it back for you for the next meeting.
Yeah, it's from 2013. Well, maybe James could speak to that. It went from 10,000 to 20,000.
Yeah, from what I recall, I started here just after that time, but from what I said, it was originally seed money to help start the chamber in 2012 and 2013, and they come. The 2013 was, or excuse me, 14 was also, we just asked for a little bit more to help with our ongoing processing and, sorry, I lost the word, but operations, thank you. And so that's why the increase. It was part of the beginning and the process we had talked with the original council at that time.
Does that have anything to do with the eco development function that you've taken on?
That does not, no, and that is something I would like to discuss with council in the future or somebody else, but this is strictly with.
This is strictly chamber.
Chamber.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce has existed long before 2013, right? So up until 2012, I'm assuming that the Chamber financed itself rather than getting a grant from.
Well, actually,
asking for.
I believe it was 2010 or 11, they actually formed the Grand Forks Chamber. And then there was an idea brought forth of a regional chamber. That's what began in 2012.
Councilor Crog?
Yeah, the history of the chamber, the city has always put funding into the Chamber of Commerce for the previous one as well as this one. So we funded it, the previous one, I think to match their the funds they receive from their membership. So the city's always, yeah, this is a little new.
He answered my question.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Also, I've seen over the past few years, last year especially, a lot more activity involving the businesses with business after business, which has involved a lot more people. The membership is up as a result as well, but it gets people out networking, and from a business point of view, they're very good events. And so, of course, there's a cost associated with that, which wasn't occurring prior to 2013, I believe.
And also, Councilor Butler, I can bring you the presentation that the museum made in 2013 to justify the increased funding.
20,000 is a lot of money, that's one.
Yes, and I do, there were a list of reasons on their justification when they did request more money in 2013. I'm just don't have them at the tip of my tongue, but I definitely have the presentation saved, so I'll make sure that I make it available for next meeting.
Councilor Crog? Without microphone, do we have this slide?
You will have the slide?
I can't see it.
You can't see it?
I can see
No,
it.
no,
I can't
sorry.
find it.
You don't have the slide. These slides were being worked on. The agenda was due last week, and we're still working on these slides until last night at about 11 o'clock. So we will give a copy of this everything that's in this slide presentation will be put on Council's Drive.
Okay.
So that they have access to it. Okay, so are we good to?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so then there's some below it, some items that we do each year, not considered fee for services, but Grand Forks Senior Secondary Scholarships, we do $1,000 every year. We do have a policy saying that we will do that. Canada Day, we give the Canada Day Committee $800. We also, you'll see on the revenue side, we do receive a $2,000 grant to put on Canada Day. And we also usually flow through that money to the Canada Day Committee also. So the city's contribution besides the flow through is the $800. Legion Poppy Fund, $100 a year. And then we also have, and when we get a little bit later on to the financial plan, you'll see in the financial plan, there's a line on the Schedule A called community support. And community support includes all of these fee for services, plus it includes work in kind that the Public Works crew does for all the different events, the GFI, Canada Day, the Fall Fair, and all other events is one title. All the setup they go do, and they're blocking roads off when they're getting things ready. So work in kind has varied a bit over the years, depending on what type of events we're having in town and how much involvement the city has. But in 2012, there was about $45,000 of work in kind. In 2013, about $25,000. In 2014, about $62,000. And so far, draft budget number for 2015 would be about $55,000. So total community support, you can see at the bottom, has been gradually increasing, as has everything in the world. I also wanted to make just a little note on there, and you can probably barely see it, it's a very small writing. The city has a lease agreement also with the Gallery 2. In which the city is paying about $25,000 a year in building maintenance costs or building cost security, things like that. We're paying their heating, their sewer and water, things that are in the lease agreement. So just so you're aware of that, so that is another kind of, the lease agreement is assigned until I believe 2047, but We could definitely always look at that too, and beside the fee for service too, it's other things we may wanna increase or decrease, so that's up to council. I think that's it for the fee for service. As I mentioned, all of the information that the groups provided will be on the next summary of information for council.
No, so the maintenance of the Gallery 2 building is because we own it and it falls under a different.
Yes, it's in our facilities, actually, it's in the public works,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Would that also include insurance? Like, would the
Building
city
insurance.
be paying insurance for that building? Where does the gallery, I understand probably that the gallery insures its own assets, but the building itself, would that be insured by it would be covered by the city insurance?
It is,
right?
yes. Any more questions on fee for service? Okay. So the 2014 operating summary. So we have a lot going on right now with trying to get the 2015 budget numbers in, but at the same time, we're heading in towards our 2014 audit. Our financial accountant controller is working right now on getting all the accounts reconciled, making sure that everything is posted where it's supposed to be posted, and still doing adjustments. So the numbers that I've given you for a lot of these budget numbers for 2014 actuals are still very draft. And until we actually get all of our year-end entries done and have the auditors here and close the books, so that at that point, when our audit is done, we've done any entries the auditors have asked us to do, and we close our books, that's when we'll know exactly where we were at. But we do have some year-to-date numbers right now that are giving us a pretty good idea of where we're at. So just so you're aware of that, there will be some changes in those year-end numbers. As I mentioned earlier, we have our independent audit, March 31st, April 1st, and 2nd. So we will totally review 2014 when the financial statements come out also with the auditors. The auditors will come and present to council. But to date, looking at our operating expenditures, we are within budget of our Schedule A. Bylaw 2005 financial plan is what we're working off of right now. And as of today, we are within those budget numbers. The minute, if anything was to change with that, the minute that we knew that, as soon as possible, we would bring it back to council and let them know if anything had changed. All right, I just wanted to remind everyone, Bylaw 2005, our current financial plan, is on the website. And we also have our 2013 financial statements on the website. So if you go on the city website, under departments, finance, there's a whole bunch of financial reports there. And we try to keep it updated, and it's got a lot of I'm thinking pretty much all the financial reports you would need to help you through the budget, but the basic ones anyway, so. So the timeline review. I did provide council with a budget schedule, and I believe it's next. Yeah, we can't read that, but we are legislated to, according to the community charter, section 165, we have to have a financial plan that's adopted annually by bylaw before the property tax bylaw. And then section 197 addresses the property tax bylaw and says that it must be adopted before May 15th. So we start at May 15th and with the adoption of the tax rates, and we work back how many meetings and getting the adoption, the 3 readings, the introduction, etc. And then we try and get our schedule going together. It is very important that we try and stick to the schedule that we've given council. I know there's going to be times where things are going to run longer, and we may have to budget or put in an extra budget meeting just to make sure that we get it passed by May 15th. Because if we don't have our tax rates passed by May 15th, we can't tax, and that becomes fairly critical for municipalities. So, in one sort or another, we're going to want to have a tax rates bylaw passed by May 15th. That's kind of the key for us on that schedule. So here is a very tiny financial plan schedule. And it just shows December, we gave the budget schedule to council. And since then, I've been meeting with each of the managers and some of the public works, Dave Reed, Dean Chapman, the gentleman for roads, sewers, water. They've been awesome. So I sit down with each of them and with Roger, And we review 2014, we look at 2015, see what's changed. They're looking at what their plans are for the year, and then we try and work it within the targets that they've been given. So that's where we're at so far. Today, committee of the whole operating. The next meeting will be the capital presentations. One thing that's a little different on an election year is usually the first thing that we're looking at when we're looking at forming our financial plan is the strategic plan that council has. So the council will be having their strategic planning session fairly soon, and we want to pass the budget yet. So anything that we need to try and work in for this year, and then that'll be our main focus next year is to enact council's plan. So by that point, we'll be heading into February 23rd, and that'll be our first draft presentation. And then in between February 23rd and March 9th may be where we would like to have an additional meeting, just to discuss some of the decisions, make sure we finalized everything so that we're ready to present for the March 9th meeting. That'll be the big one, the introduction to committee of the whole. And from there, we just do first three. As we adopt the financial plan, we're introducing the tax rates at the same time. Tax rates will be dependent on the financial plan and what we put in there for municipal revenues. And then we'll head into our first three readings. And before you know, it'll be May 15th. Any questions? Okay, so we are ready to start department head presentations. The first one to present would be legislative, administrative, and community services.
Good afternoon, everybody, Mayor Conrad and Council. Go ahead, let's see here. This is not my usual spot. So the Corporate Services Department is comprised of 4 staff. We have the Chief Administrative Officer, the Corporate Officer, the Deputy Corporate Officer, and the Corporate Administrative Assistant. Currently, we're deficient with the Deputy Corporate Officer, as we've all kind of moved up one. So there you go. It's vacant right now. But I plan to go back down to that position, excuse me, when we hire a CIO. No, I think I'm okay. Thanks. Our department takes care of meets the legislative obligations of the organization. Excuse me.
Water it is.
Sorry. Sorry. We provide administrative support for the legislative branch, which is mayor and council. That includes making any travel arrangements, taking care of expenses, making any other arrangements as required for conferences, subcommittees, training, etc. We also produce agendas and minutes for council and committees of council. We assist in the development of policies, bylaws, and contracts, and we do manage the record keeping and retention of documents for the organization. Some of the projects completed for 2014, communications was a big one. That was a strategic priority of the previous council. We upgraded the website. We developed 6 promotional videos. Internal communications was increased. We held a workshop for all of staff to figure out how we were going to work better together as an organization. And we increased community engagement through sort of things like open houses, ribbon cuttings, and what else? Community engagement. We did have one community engagement session. We also worked hard at increasing and developing a couple of community events. Family Day being number 1. Our first Family Day was last year, and it was quite successful. We added in December the Christmas light up, which again went off really well, and it was beautiful, and it came together perfectly. We also provide a lot of support for organizations looking to come into our community, like the Good Sam's Club. We coordinate with the regional district or internally within the organization to make sure that we're equipped and ready for them and provide the appropriate space or whatever it is that they need. We also look after human resources for the organization. This year, we completed the iCompass File Pro program, which is how we build the agendas and do follow-ups, et cetera, to anything that comes out of a meeting, a council meeting. There is the restoration of City Hall, the election, and we worked hard on economic development. Our priorities for 2015 are records management. That's sort of an ongoing and will be a bit of a challenge for us this year because we've had the fire and we have to get everything back in. And we're hoping that we will digitize everything as we do that. There's the development and implementation of the corporate communications strategy, an increase in economic development strategies that promote the open for business philosophy, continued and increased support for city and community events, and continued relationship development with the provincial and federal governments. Any questions? Thank you.
I just got a quick question. I quickly added up the figures here. I don't know if I was wrong, but between 2013 and 2014, there was an increase of over $100,000.
2013 and 14?
What type of expense was that?
Was that the?
My first, one of my first thoughts on that would be, we do almost 50% of our budget is made up of wages. And at the beginning of the year, I sit with the CAO and talk to some of the managers, and we look at what we've done in the previous year and decide how we're going to allocate those wages based on how we allocate our time to each of the different areas, each of the 4 funds, general, sewer, water, and electrical. So there are different areas. In 2013, we started changing the wage allocation a bit to reflect more where we are actually spending our time and have been updated in a few years. So some of that is because of a change in the wage allocation. Exactly how much I probably could let you know by the beginning of the next meeting.
So what you're saying is you would have seen more of those costs in a different one of these divisions before, but because you were spending more of your time here, those costs are now coming up under the administration.
Exactly.
And
that would be part of it.
Less costs in the other.
That would be part of it. For on a line by wages and salary, there would be. All the different lines though could have gone up and down. So, but in general, that would have been one of them. There probably are several other specific things that were done, but we can look into that and definitely get it back to you by the beginning of the next meeting.
Because we seem to be maintaining that cost now. It's not like it was a one-time thing, because this year it's a little bit different, but pretty much.
So we did also hire a deputy corporate officer in 2013.
Oh, okay, so an extra position.
That would be a part of it too.
Yeah.
But then I'm sure there are probably 20 other little reasons. Another thing is we really picked up our activity in 2013. So that was reflected a lot in the admin budget because it was a lot of admin that was doing a lot of that work in terms of communication and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question, but I'm just wondering what the city's plans are in regard to a search for a new CAO or continuing with the present CAO, that sort of thing. I don't know what in terms of the administration, you're going to either make a decision to find a new one or retain the temporary one in that particular position. Have you decided on that particular course of action and is the public aware of what you're going to be doing?
As per our website, it is already been posted.
Oh,
We are in
okay,
the process
okay, yeah, that's fine. Something that I found just a little disturbing, watching your last meeting was sort of the comment that was made after the question was asked by a member of the gallery in regard to something to do with severance and that it was almost automatic that within any contract that you're going to enter with a new CAO that that was what is done, the standard, whether it's in public or private corporations, that's sort of the standard. Actually, Mr. Mayor, it came from you that you, in response to a question that was asked in regard to additional wages that perhaps Mr. Allen, our former CAO, received, that the response was that's the way it is. And as a taxpayer, I'm just a little concerned that the city would enter into a contract where if someone is employed and relieves that particular position out of his or her own volition, that there would have to be a severance paid to that individual. And I would hope that you'll be vigilant enough to say, certain, if the individual is let go without cause, then probably the individual would be intelligent enough to negotiate some sort of severance. But if the individual leaves out of his own volition, or if there is cause to terminate the employment of that particular individual, then I would hope that you'd be very vigilant in not striking a contract where, in fact, the city is stuck with thousands of dollars of severance, as we see in many cases in other levels of government or in private or even in crown corporations, those sorts of things. I would hope that if an individual leaves his position, that he's not going to be entitled to thousands and thousands of dollars of severance. Anyways, that's my point. I would hope that you would take that into consideration.
As per your own admission, yes, in every circumstance is a different circumstance at all levels of government. And it all depends on the case in question. Without cause, with cause, there are so many variables.
Well, I
Until the
understand that.
situation
I understand
occurs.
that, but if someone leaves without cause, like,
Well, it'll fall in the realms of the contract as it is set up.
well, and what I'm saying, you people are the guardian of my tax dollar, right? And what I'm saying is I don't want my tax dollar going to severance for an individual that leaves. Enters a contract with the city and decides he did it for some particular reason, doesn't want to continue working in that particular position, that my tax dollar has to go and pay severance for that individual. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Seminole.
This is regards to Sarah. There was on the list the development of a corporate communication strategy.
Yes.
Could you elaborate more
Sure.
on that?
Yeah, that's, it's a policy that would help guide the organization in how we communicate with the public, both externally and internally.
And is it staff that are working on that?
Yep, it's staff, we're working with a consultant to help, who's done this before, to help us get something in place. And it's a strategic priority that's, that we're continuing to follow, that was identified by the previous council. Okay.
Councilor Butler.
Which consulting firm are we working with on that one?
Jen Ends, or communications.
So is there a consideration to offer more opportunities of working more closely with the community in that? The plan as it is right now, do you know?
Well, the plan is to help direct and provide a bit of a framework for staff more than anything, so that we can be consistent in how we communicate with the public, how we communicate with council and how then council then communicates with the public. Okay, so it's more just providing us with a bit of a framework and some structure.
All right. Finance. All right, so from left to right there, we have our new receivables clerk, Hunter Way, Community Care, Shar Yerby, yours truly, Arlene Mitri, a casual, Trudy Hallam, and Patricia McKenzie on the right, our accountant controller. So just briefly, receivables clerk, Hunter does accounts receivable. He does utility billing, so sewer, water, garbage, electrical. Administrative assistant Nina, front desk, deals with everything at the front desk. Shar Yerby, our accounting clerk too. Shar does a lot of capital assets, and we're going to be using her a lot more for heading into the asset management program. Capital assets take a lot of our time. She also does insurance, a lot of the insurance claims. She does the cemetery, different things like that. And she's kind of the catch-all girl when everyone else is busy, and we'll get Char to do it. So payables clerk Arlene. So Arlene is just working her way back into payroll right now. Hunter was doing it for a while. She's on a return to work back into payables and payroll. Patricia, our accounting controller. Patricia does all of our GST, PST, carbon tax. She runs the victim services reporting. She goes through all the accounts monthly to make sure everything's reconciled. She does the majority of the audit. So, are there any questions about any of that? So 2014, it's hard for finance to find accomplishments because we do payroll every second. A lot of our stuff is just routine. Every 2 weeks, we're really on a schedule for a lot of it. Payroll every 2 weeks, accounts payable run every 2 weeks, reconcile GST every quarterly. So there's a lot of that going on, the same things over and over and over again. But we did last year get several of our policies updated to reduce the risk to the city on several of them, including our purchasing policy, our travel policy. We fine-tuned our TCA policy that we put in 2013 after we'd had a year to work with it. We've done a new inventory policy as per request by our auditors, just to make sure that we are doing everything the same all the time. Like Sarah said for her plan, it sets the framework for us on how to account for our inventory. We worked through the City Hall insurance claim, which was a lot of work. We're getting there. Hoping to have it wrapped up by the end of 2015. I hope I'm not dreaming. And so we've had some staffing issues. I mean, we had 2 people off on leave this year, and we had somebody come in and fill in, and so we spent a lot of time juggling that and trying to cross-train everybody so that they're able to cover everybody else's jobs. So that if we have, and I think we may have one more medical leave coming up, so we're getting a lot of cross-training done. It's been good, and we're getting a lot of our procedures written out that we need to, so that somebody else can come in and pick it up if they need to. So it's been a learning experience. 2015, our goals. Vatum, our software, our great software, is doing an upgrade. So this will be the 3rd version of Vatum coming out this year. It's a really, really new version. It's going to be a completely different look to it. A lot more user-friendly, a lot better reporting, thank goodness. So looking forward to that. It's not really optional, the E3 upgrade, unfortunately, if we want to keep using our software. And I have looked into other software providers for municipalities of our size, and Vatum does seem to be the most functional at this point. We also are requesting a utility e-billing upgrade. This will be about $3,000. But it will make our utility e-billing work correctly, and it will allow people to go on the website, on the city website, and actually print out their PDF utility bills. They were able to do that until last year. We were given an upgrade that was almost more like a downgrade, that we were no longer able to print the PDFs, and it's been very trying for our clients. So we're really trying to get that functionality back so that the people that have many properties around town and stuff can just go off and print their PDFs, individual PDFs, if they own 10 or 20 or 30 properties. So one of our biggest projects this year will be the asset management software implementation, working with WorkTech. A lot of the great thing about the asset management software is that it is highly integrated with Batum, our financial software. So we are going to, it's going to be a steep learning curve, but it's going to be fantastic in terms of the potential of it. We can go for electronic timesheets, so we can start getting, rather than having a double entry of them writing it on a sheet and then payroll entering it into our system, it can just automatically put in on the computer and integrate it with our fixed asset system, etc. So that will be our biggest project for the year. We're continuing to go green. We've got a scanner. We're starting to just scan invoices and attach them right into our system, which our auditors are really liking and we're really liking. It's making things way easier to find and way less paperwork, which is good because we don't have the room for the paperwork. And then our final goal, and this is an absolutely huge goal, is to incorporate our asset management, period, into our financial plan. We've done a lot of asset management studies. We have an asset management financial plan and investment plan. We haven't yet worked that into our financial plan so that we have a sustainable financial plan that is putting the money into reserves that we're going to need for our infrastructure. So
That hasn't been done?
no. We are currently not funding our infrastructure deficit, and that's a big technical term to say that basically each year our assets are appreciating by $1 million and we should be putting $1 million into reserves, and we're not. So that's kind of the gap right now of where we're at. We'll get further on into that, especially when we get into capital, but that's just kind of touching the videos. Questions?
Yeah, I would hope that when that 5-year plan that you're developing, when you develop that 5-year plan, that you indeed take a look at putting in money that is necessary and not waiting until the end of the 5 years, and then all of a sudden you have to spend all kinds of money. I would hope that every year that at least either you do some work that is necessary or you build up a reserve so that you can do the work in terms of that asset management. Because let's face it, if you're going to wait for the other levels of government to give you grants for infrastructure, you're going to be waiting a long time. Okay, I really believe that you're not going to see too much money, particularly when both levels of government are saying that they're going to produce a balanced budget.
Yeah, I was just reading an article in Forbes magazine this week where it was talking about it's more likely for politicians to build bridges than to fix potholes because the photo ops are a lot better. Spray parks are a lot more exciting for the public than fixing pipes that you don't see, and sewer lines, right? But for me, I'm sorry, I want to see clean water coming out of those pipes. It's a lot more important for me than doing something splashy and fun for the community. It's about responsibility.
Yeah, I would hope that you take a close look at the needs, and in particular, for instance, there's a well on my street on 75th Avenue that probably should be replaced. Okay, at least your what's the name of the group that you had looking at the infrastructure and so on. Urban systems. In one of the urban system reports, when they were looking at ensuring that there was sufficient water for fire protection and so on and so forth, that even with putting in the meters and looking at the proposed savings that you're going to accrue from putting in the meters, there still was a need to replace or put in another well or two, and that one well there, undoubtedly there's been concern over the years in terms of the pollutants that are going into the well. There's a potato field right next to that particular well, and so the fertilizers and insecticides that are used on that area seep down into that aquifer that well draws from. And there has been a concern with nitrates in that particular well. I know a couple of times one of the technicians, the city technicians, came in and tested my tap water because I'm just about on the well, just across the street from it.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, and Mr. Teferi, I certainly support your comment with respect to putting money away in capital reserves. We unfortunately, in the past, that was never done, although it was encouraged. And we are now having to pay the piper for not having done due diligence in the past, and that's regrettable, but absolutely. We need to not only start repairing and replacing the aging infrastructure that's there and not waiting until it fails, but to start putting some money away. And we'll probably get into that when we talk about the capital budgets in the next meeting.
Just out of curiosity, what does the BC Municipal Act say or not say about the need for a contingency fund? Like, is it mandated that there should be a contingency fund, or do municipalities run differently than, say, strata corporations that by law have to have a percentage put into a contingency?
I don't believe it's mandated. I have at one time or another almost read the entire community charter, but I don't believe it's mandated. It's good financial planning and good budgeting practice, obviously, too, for our projects to put a contingency and for our overall budget. I have done some research on reserves and surplus and what the the norms are for the amount of reserves and surplus that you should have on hand, which is pretty much especially the surplus is your contingency. GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, has a great website if you guys ever are bored and want to go and check out some finance. And they have best practices on there, and their best practice says that at least 18 to 20% of our annual revenues we should have as a surplus, as a contingency. So at $12 million or $10 million, it's rounded down to $10 million a year. So we should have at least $2 million in a surplus as a contingency.
A number of years back, there was an open house talking about infrastructure replacement that needs to be done, and I've spoken with residents, and there was concern. So as the city progresses with this in council, increasing the level of communication regarding what's happening with the infrastructure fund, and also does it all have to come directly to the city? Can people donate to it? Just really having good communication on that is something that people are thinking about and want to know what's happening with the infrastructure, so that would be appreciated. Another thing, there's a little bit of confusion regarding the wells. There is one study, I guess, that was about the wells, but I don't think it's publicly available. I think one resident got to see it. But there's a bit of confusion as to how our wells are doing. Are they okay? It would be nice to know about that. But one thing I did notice from reading the reports is it's very clear that we need to think about what's going in the ground and the pollution of our aquifer. In some places, our aquifer is not very deep. It's shallow from the ground, and nitrates are mentioned. So that's something that the reports said that we need to focus on to protect what's going into the ground. Yeah. Is it possible to learn more about how our wells are doing for people who are interested? Somehow, sometime.
This is the one part.
There we go. Yes.
Absolutely. We're starting to do a pretty aggressive well testing program now. So we're going to start, for lack of a better word, cleaning out the wells, getting rid of the silts in there and having it more functional and more volume being pumped. So in answering your question, they're in pretty good shape. There is that nitrate issue over on that area, and there's a study being looked at replacing that well.
Mr. Johnson, do you have a question?
I just wanted to point out that I think at the meeting that she was talking to about infrastructure a couple of years back, the city went out of its way to rent the gym and bring in people and everything else, and only 50 people from the community showed up. I mean, I even tongue-in-cheek said we could put the sewer tapes online and people could see what their sewers what looked like under their street. I mean, I was only half kidding, but you know, like what's under Grand Forks is something that would be doable off of the city's website if they wanted to spend the time and the money and expertise to put that in. But just getting people to come out is one of the problems. Like people I mean, this is really good to see the people coming out, and you've got more people watching online than ever before, but you know, you can only go so far and then they have to come to you. That's
Mr. Treveri.
Yeah, just one more comment. In regard to replacement of, I would like to see the city have a program. For instance, sidewalks. That would be really easy to do. Is that every year you hire on 2-3 more students, you know, as summer employees, have a crew just to replace parts of sidewalks or streets or parts of the street that really need replacing, and do it continually. Just have that every summer. You have a designated crew. That's what they're going to work at. You're going to give some student a job that you know really needs a job to continue going to school, and it wouldn't be that difficult. I know other communities have done that. And they used to have, you know, ongoing replacement program where you take a look at you know, the area that is most crucial to be replaced, and you do that.
Just to readdress your previous question regarding the hiring process in future, I feel I haven't answered your question clearly. Council and staff will definitely be frugal in future negotiations because we are concerned for the citizens' tax dollars, and I'm sure council will stand behind me on that. So you have no concern on that. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next presentation is from Building Inspection and Bylaw Enforcement, Mr. Copan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and guests. Today we'll have a brief discussion on the Bylaw Enforcement Office and the Building Inspection Office. So in 2014, the Bylaw Office had received 89 complaints, 3 animal, 2 spring runoff, 2 illegal suites, 2 noise, 3 garbage contract. There's 11 road maintenance, 1 sidewalk, and 4 intersection sidewalk or sightline complaints, 13 tree complaints, 16 general complaints, 13 unlicensed vehicle, and 10 of them are now in compliance. I still have 3 out there that I'm trying to get addressed. And we had 2 fire damaged properties, one which has been cleaned up and one that is still in progress. With the change of the insurer, we're having a little bit of problem with them, but we're still working on it. We've removed 8 C-cans there's 8 C-cans in the downtown core, 3 of which have now been removed. 3 are still need to be addressed, and 2 which remain with valid building permits, one of which is sitting up in front of City Hall. So as soon as they get that HVAC fixed up, that will get removed. And I've got 19 unsightly complaints last year. 5 of them have been cleaned up. I've got 8 that are currently in progress and 8 more that still have to be addressed. And those ones can get very difficult at times.
May I ask you a question?
Certainly.
On those ones where there is a violation regarding unsightly properties, does the city have a measure in place where, let's say if the owners do not clean it up, does the city have the authority to clean it up and back charge owners?
Yes, we do, but it's a long drawn out process. In most cases, it can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months to get to the stage where I can get them to clean it up. And then we run into snags where we run into their lawyer, we run into an insurance issue, this, that. But yes, we do, after the third notice, we have the option, I will bring it to council and say, third notice has been issued. Here's the chronological order of the complaint that has been dealt with. Does council wish that we step on the property and clean it up? Or does council wish that we utilize the MTI and start giving them a daily fine for their infractions of $100, $200, $300 a day?
Because understandably, on the city's behalf, if we have to use legal action, it gets too costly, so probably the whole thing isn't worth it, is it?
Yeah, the biggest thing we found when we walk on with our own staff, we never know what we're gonna find, so we have to have people there and document every little item that comes off the property in case the gentleman or lady comes back and says, that box had gold coins in it, that box had diamond rings in it. If we don't document every item that comes off the property, we gotta be very careful. So the fining process is much more to council's liking, I would believe.
I have a question.
Sir?
On lots that are unoccupied and the grass grows 4 or 5 feet high, is there any city ordinance or bylaw that if the owner of the property, be it an out-of-town property owner or as close as maybe Castlegar or whatever, is there an ordinance where they have to cut their grass because of fire hazard in the summer? Or can the city then again implement a warning and or the city crew will mow it down and then put it on the person's taxes?
And to date, we have done that where we've actually gone on with city staff and knocked the weeds down. But
Only because of a fire hazard risk.
Yeah, if it's deemed extremely dangerous, we'll address it. Fortunately, we haven't had one of those for about 2 years now. So there's some properties out there that definitely need to be looked at, but again, there's, I believe from the fire bylaw, there isn't enough teeth in it to really force.
Okay.
So a lot of these things that we have with bylaws, I really have to make the effort to approach the people, make them aware of the bylaw, let them know, you are actually in an infraction situation. And I get about probably 90-95% compliance. Oh, I didn't realize, and they take care of it. But we do have a few that push back.
Because you can well respect the fact if it's near a residence and there is a fire.
Yeah.
The city might be on the hook again then.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Trevor,
I think Chris was first.
Councilor Hammond.
Regarding the sea cans, and it's specifically in the downtown core, are the sea cans, restricted within all of the city or just in the downtown core?
Technically, according to our bylaw, the only permitted area that sea cans are allowed to be used is industry and light industry. So in reality, they're not legal in residential areas. Although we have, I believe there's around 45 to 50 of them in town at the present time. And it was put to the past council and they never did get to a point where they could thoroughly discuss it on how they wanted to address them. Sea cans that are put on a proper base and established properly and painted and dressed up to look like a garden shed don't look that bad. There's some out there you can't even tell that it's a sea can unless you walk up to it.
Yeah.
But there's others that are only rusted and ugly and they put them on wooden blocks, which are dangerous. So that's something that council will have to make a decision on how far we want to address the residential area. But my mandate last year was to make sure the downtown core, the alleys were kept clean.
Yeah, last year in one of my discussions with council, I was told that that the bylaw now has teeth because for over 20 years, I've lived, and you're well aware of it, I've lived in an area where there was an unsightly premise, probably a couple of unsightly premises, year in and year out, and I've had counselors, I've had fire chief, I've had all kinds of people come and take a look, and they all agreed that yeah, maybe something should be done about this, but nothing was ever done about it. And it looks like that we're back into that same routine where we don't have a bylaw that can really be enforced or the will to enforce it. And what's the sense of having a bylaw my question. There's no sense having a bylaw if you're not going to have the will to enforce it. And if we're always afraid that we're going to get sued, well, maybe sometimes we have to call their bluff, sue me. How many people reading are going to end up suing you?
Yeah, I just believe that the MTI is our answer in most of these cases. Once we can start issuing fines, we get to that third level. When a person starts getting a fine, you hit them in the pocketbook, that's when the notice becomes real. Up until then, it's just a piece of paper from the city.
Just a quick question. Obviously, this bylaw does not affect that container outfit on Donaldson or the other one on the way to Christine, correct? Because it's a business.
They're a business. They can sell them because they can sell to Area D, Area C. So there's nothing stopping them from selling them.
But is there any ordinance out there that, let's say, per se, I know one is very well organized, but another one containers everywhere. Is there, can that be deemed as an unsightly?
That property was an unsightly, or well, still partially is.
You know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
I do. And they've done a lot of work to clean it up from what it was. He does have a plan in place now. I think we're still waiting for some access information from TELUS because they won't give him his official business license because he doesn't have the proper clearance under the telephone lines onto the property off the highway. So there's an MOT and TELUS situation. Once that's resolved, then he promised to clean it up accordingly.
Okay. So the city is on top of it.
Yeah, we're watching on that one all the time.
Excellent. Any other questions? Proceed.
Okay, so that's the basics of our bylaw enforcement office. The building inspection office. Since we opened the office since the opening of the city's building inspection services office, we've been able to complete and close 48 building permit files. The city has also had 43 files currently open, along with 49 files that have been transferred from the regional district in July of 2013. The city has issued 51 permits in 2014. We've had 5 single-family dwellings, 2 modular units go in, 15 relatively major home additions, 8 garages and sun decks, 13 commercial alterations, 2 institutional alterations, 5 demolitions, and 1 permit renewal. Total construction values for 2014 is now just shy of $3.9 million to the end of December. And these are just an example of a couple of the homes that are going up presently. One is up in Selkirk Place, and the other one is in Riverside Meadows. That's just the statistics for the year that we file with Stats Canada and with the local regional. They do it for all areas, but that's our specific ones. And I believe there'll be a copy for you in that in the presentation when you guys have it. And then what I've done is we had a modular here up on 3rd Street, which is a very difficult one to get in. We had power lines, we had numerous trees, there was existing fences. So this is where they backed the transport in on 3rd. They rigged it up, and they're in the 3rd photo, they're swinging it into the property. The modular is being elevated over the 2nd unit because it came in on the trailer backwards. Once they got there, they realized it. So they did a 180-degree rotation and then began lowering it in place. And then they got it set down on the foundation, and you see the home as it exists today. That home went into place in virtually 8 hours. That was on 3rd Street. Yeah, just north of BC Tel. And that's it for the building office at this moment.
Was it one time, I believe, was there not a bylaw or a city ordinance that modular homes were not being permitted, or was that?
No, mobile.
Mobile.
There's a difference between modular and mobile. Modulars go on a foundation. Mobiles are set up on pads.
Anyway. Councilor Butler.
So there's, you didn't speak about the hiring of a new employee that's listed here?
No, I didn't. because I didn't have this one in front of me and I didn't throw it into the presentation. So this is the 2015 part that I missed, I'm sorry about that. The Building Inspection Office is working to streamline the building permit process and ensure that all construction within our municipality is code compliant. To date, the Building Inspection Office has managed to complete, and that goes on to the detail stuff. What else did we put in here? Oh, and then under the employees, there's currently support, this bylaw and building office is currently supported by one employee, which is myself. But with my pending retirement in about 2.5 years, we are looking at bringing in a person to, for about 8 months of the year, to start training them so that they can get their level 1 certification in bylaw enforcement this year. And then we'll continue to do that next year again so that the person can get their level 1 certification in building inspection the following year. Then by the time I'm ready to retire, this person will be trained to the point that they can take over the position. And that's under the employees and the objectives on the bottom of the page.
I have a question. This 60,000, is that annually then? For
Yes,
2
it would
years?
be.
So we're representing a figure of 120,000
Yeah, for 2 years.
for 2 years.
Yeah.
My question is, would it, and that I'll have to address to the chief financial officer, would it be not more feasible to acquire someone already having their levels, let's say in the 2nd year? Because we're a cost factor, because.
You could, but the biggest problem that we're gonna have from out there, from what I can see right now, is bylaw enforcement is its own entity, so is building inspection. Nowhere else in the province do we have both of them combined, to my knowledge at this point.
Could we look at the aspect that we could have a part-time bylaw officer or even 2 separate and see what the cost factors would be?
That's always something that could be put forward and we could discuss that.
Just a suggestion.
Absolutely.
Councilor Butler.
And what about the plumbing inspection? Is that something that this person will be doing as well?
Absolutely.
So
In
they would-
a small community, we do all the areas of inspection, everything except electrical.
So would they have to be ticketed for that as well?
No.
No. So what type of training do they require? For the
Your
plumbing
BC or BOABC level 1 certification. BOABC. Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Same principle, different.
Just a whole bunch of letters. But no, in most cases throughout the province, inspectors are, a lot of inspectors are persons or people that have been in the trade, but not all are. You can go to Kelowna, I could have the person come out of grade 12 today, go to Kelowna, take the year-long course, write their exam, and they're fully certified, with never have been on a job site.
So is the city of Grand Forks basically operating on the same principle as regional district did?
Exactly the same as a regional
Same
district.
certification? Okay.
Actually, I believe with my construction background, I have higher certification than a couple of the gentlemen up there. I don't believe that they are in the same boat as I am with my certification.
In the building end?
Yeah.
I'm referring more to the plumbing end.
Yeah,
Does the
plumbing
city
end,
also,
plumbing end, to my understanding, neither one of them are certified plumbers.
so does the city also engage on gas installation?
No.
So, okay. So
No,
that's separate.
gas and electrical are all together separate inspectors, and that's under the BC Safety Authority.
While in certain municipalities, the plumbing inspector
And
does have a gas ticket.
With a large municipality like Kelowna, absolutely.
Yeah, where the
And
demand
Tipton,
is. Yeah,
yes.
Perfectly agreed,
Yeah.
yes.
We couldn't justify having a
No.
plumbing inspector, a gas inspector, an electrical
I
inspector, and myself on staff
Your
for what we
show
have.
it. Your permit show it.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Council. Fire and Emergency Services. That was quick.
All right.
How about that one?
Hurrying her now.
Oh, we got back. Okay. Staff complement, one fire chief, deputy chief were both paid, and we're right now at 48 volunteers, actually. Fire rescue provides emergency services to the city of Grand Forks and rural Grand Forks, which is Area B, through a contract for service agreement with Regional District Kootenai Boundary. And fire, obviously fire suppression, first responder medical, highway rescue, low and high angle rescue, rope rescue that is, confined space rescue, swift water rescue, hazardous materials response. We have some of our crew is certified, or different parts of our crew are certified in all of that. Mostly because we're situated where we are, we need to be able to provide that protection when we have to. Other services, fire inspection, fire investigation, prevention, education. We're the municipal emergency coordinator assisting the regional district, executing their emergency plan for the city and boundary areas, as we are under their emergency plan. 2014 fire department responses, 171 fire-related, 41 rescue, 256 first responder, 468 total responses, over 10,000 hours, total volunteer hours by our crew. Last year, we were 473 calls. Objectives for 2015. The new apparatus is coming, will be placed in service. Hopefully it'll be here early April sometime. Extensive training on platform operations throughout the community. You're going to see us around a lot, doing a lot of stuff for a long time with that thing. Continue volunteer driver skills training. Air brakes, some of our guys need to be upgraded to class 3. We have quite a few already at class 3, but we're going to need a few more. Complete our live fire building construction at the fire training ground. Continue fire safety inspections within the municipality, review and renew fire services contract with Regional District Kootenai Boundary in 2015. That is up for review, and we will be having some discussions with them on that. Let's see, implement junior firefighter program. We were intending to do that this past year, but the strikes sort of threw a little sidebar into that one, so we're going to try it again for this coming year. Enhance recruitment and retention by moving benefits from single to family coverage. Deploy call out response applications, and host fire bells and fanfare antique fire apparatus show and shine, which we hosted here in 2010? 2010?
2010.
Yeah, in 2010. Super successful. We had 44 units. It was a really good event, 2-day event. We had Victoria's 1899 steam pumper, which is operable, was doing demonstration down at City Park. We'll have a whole bunch of that again this year. And that will be tied in also with the car show club this year. So it'll be a big weekend. August 5th, 14th to 16th weekend. So that should be lots of fun. Questions? I know there was one question that came to us through email with regards to the benefits.
Yes.
Yes. Mainly the benefits, and the benefits I talked about, yes, they're for our volunteers, but the big chunk of that is for recruitment and retention. I just did a report in our fire chief's zone meeting this past weekend. Since 2013, when we brought in the benefit program, our recruitment and retention, we've gone up by 20%.
That, because we're paying their benefits, they're still
volunteers.
Volunteers.
Yes, yeah. The city pays $62,000 a year stipend to the Firefighters Association annually, and which of half of that is paid by the regional district. So the city actually pays $31,000 of it. Same with the benefits that we're talking about. the regional district pays half of that, right? So in effect, the city's paying our volunteers about $4 an hour to go do what they're doing for the city, right? Any other questions?
By my own admission, I'm totally inexperienced on fire services. I had a conversation with a regional district official somewhere in late summer of last year. And he had mentioned that there was it probably is just a rumor, but he was stating that there will come a time that regional will oversee all the fire and rescue everywhere, which will save money to the municipalities, and they would control the whole fire and rescue situation. Is that truth or is that a rumor? Do you know anything?
That's a hope. That's a hope of and you quite likely may have been talking to the CAO of the regional district. There was discussions in, I think it was 2011, and it actually came to council, and there was resolution to investigate that, and there was a consultant's report was done. It came to council. As a result, at that time, it wasn't regional district, it was the improvement district board. They decided not to go that route, and they folded and gave everything over to the regional district. The regional district, their model over on the other side, which is they're governed out of, or the regional district fire department, main fire department's out of Trail. And they have 7 fire halls or fire departments under their watch over there. That's how they do the model over there. It's all regional for the city of Trail, for all the other communities that are around there, Montrose and Fruitvale and like all those guys. Their CEO, and we've had some light discussions on that with regard to that same kind of model over here, which would, you know, I guess in their mind, it would be the regional district would oversee Grand Forks, Christina Lake, Midway, Greenwood, Beaverdale, and Big White is how that would, if they did it that way, unless someone does some initiating and you know, the information that, or the feeling we've got from past councils is that they don't want to let go of the fire department. So it's totally up to you guys, and it doesn't matter to me who gives me a check.
But in your opinion, without putting you on the spot, how do you feel about that?
Well, here's my feeling, and part of this is with regards to the meetings we're gonna have with the regional district this year. My feeling is either the city provides the whole service or the regional district provides the whole service. The way we're going right now doesn't work very well. When it comes to things like capital purchases, all that kind of stuff, it does not work very well. And a big chunk of that is in the existing contract, which we're gonna have some pretty major discussions, Roxanne, right, this year. There is no provision for capital. So it's a strictly an operating contract. So anything that's capital is 100% city, right, that the city purchases. We need to change that, right, because, there's a host of reasons why we need to change it, least of which, if we can't get around the capital side of it, the city's losing money, right? And they shouldn't be. There should be a 50-50 split and a bunch of that. So, you know, where it goes from here, I don't know. I mean, that's beyond me. I mean, I can, you know, I would hopefully be involved in some of that conversation, negotiation, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's not my decision.
Do you feel the safety of, you feel the safety of the citizens of Grand Forks with this, if this regime should come into place? Would it be affected?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
What we do as a fire department is what we do as a fire department. What happens politically happens politically. It doesn't affect our crew, and I make sure it doesn't get to them. Right? That's totally. I will always ask for what we need for the fire service for protection, no more.
Again, as I'm looking at it as naiveness. So let's say our SIT fire hall got a call from Christina Lake, and simultaneously there's one in Grand Forks. What happens?
We're going to Grand Forks we're going to Grand Forks. Now, depending on the call, right? Depending on the call, and we've got multiple units, depending on the call, if we can spare crew and a unit, and we do have a mutual aid agreement with Christina Lake, we will send a unit out there because they've done the same for us. They've sent units in when we needed them.
No, I'm just saying under the regional regime, should it come into place, who will dictate the priority?
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter whether it's regional or what. Every fire chief in their community looks at their own community first. And then if they have extra resources, they will go to the other community and help them out.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Hammond.
Was it just recently in the past couple of years that the city of Grand Forks Fire Department took over responsibility for the rural off of that department's, the stations?
Yeah, into 2006.
In 2006?
Yeah.
So the RDKB is contributing 31,000 because you've taken over those stations rather than just confine yourself to the city of Grand Forks. But my understanding is that when we require capital expenditures, they're not sharing the cost for those, even though that truck is going to be helping fires in Area B.
Yes. And that was an oversight in the original contract, right? With the original contract was strictly an operating contract. It had nothing to do with anything else. At that time, there wasn't enough foresight to provide for the capital side of things. But as we've gone along, and there's and the rules changed with CRA in 2010 with regards to capital, and that was a big chunk of the stumbling block we're having now. It's 2010, right? Yeah. And just to give you an example, I bought 2 self-contained breathing apparatus air packs for our guys. They cost about $8,000 for 2 of them, and so and as far as we're concerned, that's an operating piece of equipment for us, right? What should have happened was it should have been 50% city, 50% regional district. That time it was actually not the regional district, it was the improvement district. But because of the no capital provision in that contract, we end up paying the shot on it, right? And it shouldn't have been that way. It really, it's a thing of negotiations. It's just got to get straightened out this year. Interim, and that'll fix a bunch, right? But you know, the contract wasn't up for review till 2015, and the regional district, well, regional districts only had it for 1.5 years, but they're not going to be knocking on our door to come change it, right? So really, I mean, that's business, right? You know, so this year we're hoping to change it, right? And they know about it for sure. So yeah, for sure.
Just even because we put in our TCA policy, and it gives us our different thresholds for our assets now. We don't really have discretion on which assets we can capitalize and which we can't. So now it's $10,000. So if we buy a piece of equipment that's over $10,000, we have to put it in our capital. We have to treat it as a capital asset. So there's no way to, how we're doing it right now is all of the expenses are coming in, and you'll see in Dale's, I think it's 474,000 for his budget. But then what we do is we have this humongous spreadsheet that's divided up into the RDQB portion and the city portion, and some's 50-50, some's 100 nothing the other way around. So we go down every line. It's quite intense to go through, and then we bill out the regional district every year. So we send them an invoice, and then they send us the money. So it's a little bit of a funny setup, and capital assets since TCAs came through in 2010 have definitely been an issue. The fire truck, we definitely, I mean, we were in talks with RDKB. We have discussed with them their contribution. We don't have anything solid yet, but we have definitely discussed it in depth with the RDKB, but it's the capital items is definitely what we need to worry about, fire trucks and even laptops and all of them.
Yeah, well, and in the past, like last year, the year before, last year?
Tender 4?
Last year we bought a 3,000 gallon tender. We ordered and took ownership of a 3,000 gallon tender, 2014 brand new truck. And that was replacing a regional district truck or previously a rural truck. So they paid the shot. They paid 100% of that because that was a rural truck replacing a rural truck, right? And you know, as we move forward, it would be city replacing city truck for 100% kind of thing. That's where we need to get around that. Right? You got to get around it. If you're going to be one protection area, you got to get around that. Like you can't run it. You can't run a business like that, splitting it out like all the time. It's too cumbersome. It's too hard on our finance stuff, right? And I probably know it better than all of them because I'm in it all the time, and it's hard, right?
So then the percentage of capital assets would have to be split too, the way it's going now.
Yeah, like it's difficult, right? you know, so anyways, that's something for us to work towards in 2015.
Yeah, I think one setup I've seen in a different region is that we would have all of the assets, and we would do like a fee for service to the RDKB if it were to be that way, or if the RDKB was to take it over and do a fee for service to the city, but bill each other just a fee for service rather than going line by line on 50% of this one and 75% of this one, and
So it would be as pay as you use it sort of thing, almost equivalent, fee for
Well-
service.
No, it'd be straight, we would do the budget, we'd charge them a fee portion, it would be a decreed, an agreed upon percentage. Like it would end up somewhere like 55, 45 or whatever, 60, 40 or however it was negotiated out. And then every year it would just, that would be the fee. 45% of that budget is the fee to the regional service, period.
that would be simplest.
Yeah, that would be simple, easy, period. And it, you know, again, there would be times where, you know, if they feel that it's not fair, we're gonna go into negotiation with them, right? You know, same thing, it would be the other way. If, you know, if there was a bunch of expansion out the regional side, and we felt that all of a sudden, you know, that went from, you know, 55, 45 to whatever, right? Then there's gotta be some negotiation there.
Yeah.
Right, so, you know, it's kind of like a living thing all the time, right?
So,
okay.
Question?
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and public. This is the Development and Engineering Department. Our department provides engineering services to all the departments at Public Works as they relate to asset renewal, repair, replacement program, both operational and capital. We provide development services support for subdivisions and development. We ensure compliance with zoning, land use, and the visions and guiding principles of the Sustainable Community Plan. We look after long-range planning as they relate to neighborhood and environmental plans and policies. We also identify sustainable asset management goals as they pertain to economic, social, and environmental matters. So basically, our department is committed to providing quality service that enhances and advances quality of life through long-term planning for the community, encouraging strategic economic development, promoting tourism, and downtown revitalization incentives. So some of the projects that we completed in 2014, we updated the water, sewer, electrical, subdivision, and fees and charges bylaws. We completed inspections and reporting for dikes, any construction projects, and any maintenance projects. We completed some grant and award applications. We compiled the land development showcase. We created the economic profile for the city of Grand Forks. We promoted that Grand Forks is open for business. We created a bunch of local and regional recreation kiosk signs, a riparian area sign, and some special event signage. We assisted with the ATV multi-user staging area. We created the water conservation web pages, and of course the restoration of City Hall. So this is just a slide showing some of the signage that we put together.
If I may, I'm just really impressed with the signage that the city is putting up now to let people know what's going on. I think that's just great.
And this is just a slide showing the economic profile and the development showcase. And that's just a slide showing a couple of the water conservation pages that we put up on our website. So for 2015, some of our major plans is the long-term implementation strategy for asset management. We want to have a look at possibly implementing a tax incentive bylaw for downtown businesses. We need to update the zoning and the DCC bylaw. We're going to look at long-term planning and design criteria policies for development. Also, we have some development that's pending, so there may be some construction activity as far as it relates to development. We're going to look at strategic local and regional projects. Of course, we're going to continue to promote Grand Forks through the development showcase, economic profile, and the open for business initiatives. We're going to continue compiling GIS information in order to streamline day-to-day operations. We are going to continue to apply for grant funding to secure funding for infrastructure repair, replacement, and renewal projects. And we're also going to continue to support the local user groups, initiatives, and projects.
Mr. Thompson.
Can you just, and not just you, but to other managers too, the acronyms, can you explain what, for those who may not know what a DCC or an MIGIS or ABC or
Yeah.
whatever?
Well, the DCC is the Development Cost Charge Bylaw, and that's what we collect when people have a subdivision or development, and we put that into a fund to help fund other projects. The DCC bylaw that we have right now is from about 1995. It's very outdated. Some of the projects that are listed in there have either been completed or because things have changed, they'll never get completed. So we need to make it a more reasonable bylaw with more specific projects to our asset management structure. GIS, that's Geographic Information System. So that's our computer software that we would use for like modeling our data.
Does it do mapping too?
That's what it does, is mapping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Buck.
Just moving on to the next page, Mr. Mayor. The increase of 177,000 for the departments. Can you just go into why those are necessary?
Most of that is wage reallocation. Most of my wages previously were coming out of Public Works Administration and split between the three: electrical, water, and sewer. And because I'm not there anymore, it doesn't really make sense to charge my wages to that. The 50,000 for that was to continue with economic development. We purchased new software last year for the asset management. So there's a yearly licensing fee that we'll have that we didn't have before. Also, the pending developments, we put in higher legal fees just in case there's things that we need to deal with those pending developments. 5,000, of course, is inflation, and 5,000 is for airport subdivision charges that the last council approved. And we use it? Oh, no, it went to a different budget.
So is that for hangar space?
No, that was the piece of property that we subdivided that was going to be sold to Marksman Industries.
Did that go through?
Not yet. Well, the subdivision went through,
No,
but the sale of the land, no, that hasn't gone through yet.
That was that business that was going to, from the gentleman from the lake that was going to do airplane park.
So what do we need to do to help that industry out with setting up? What's holding them back?
Their lawyer is in the process of reviewing the offer of purchase and sale right now. So nothing has even been signed yet as far as that goes. So I'm meeting with them actually this week.
Any other questions? Okay, so we're done.
No, you guys are getting tired. There's more. I'll try and get this through for you as soon as I can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just encouraged to hear about the infrastructure talk about money coming my way when I'm here today. So this is exciting for me. I really like you guys. Operations, administrative, roads, parks, facilities, and airport. That's us. So you've seen this slide before. That's the full department right there. Parks, roads, electricals in there, and a few casuals from what you'll keep hearing the casual word, but there's a few casuals that we hire every once in a while on need basis. So again, we look after 75 vehicles and equipment with one mechanic, including the fire department vehicles. We've got 50 kilometers of roads, 20 kilometers of sidewalks, which I'm eager to hear that we're going to be doing some more. 3 kilometer trails, snow removal, asphalt. We got the storm system, street signs. We look after, I can't remember how many parts we got now. 7? Yes, it's a lot of parts. We do the maintenance of all the cutting the grass, irrigation, campground, cemetery. We have 22 municipally owned buildings that we maintain and try to keep up to date. And then we've got our airport out there. What did our public works operations do in 2014? We did a lot of storm drainage improvements. As we know, lots of areas flat, nowhere for this water to go anywhere, and no underground system to put it in. You're probably going to hear a lot about that from me all the time. I need a storm system, but so we're just making do with dry wells. We are, I don't want to say banding or piecemealing it, but we're finding these low areas and putting dry wells in and getting the water to go as best as it can.
We're just piecemealing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, ideally, I'd love for you guys to say, yeah, let's put a storm system in the whole town, but we know what the money's like. Boulevard and ditching, just part of the drainage again, improving our boulevards off the roads, making the water get off the road and get into the ditch. And once it's in the ditch, let's get it going somewhere where it's gonna go away. We did some alleyway upgrades, 7th to 9th Street alley. That was just getting beat up. The asphalt was non-existent, so we took out the asphalt, put some crush down, regraded it, and actually they're quite happy.
Yeah, question on some of those crushed alleyways. Is there any way of containing more dust control?
Absolutely. We do have a dust control apparatus, and yeah, we can make more of an effort on doing that. We have an annual pavement patching program. We got a little bit of a budget. You'll see that we can go out and do the potholes and.
People talk about the potholes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Repair and replace sidewalks. We have sat down this year quite extensively with our manager, our public works foreman and Rox, and we've come up with some pretty good areas to put money to, and more emphasis on certain areas. And we do have a good idea of getting some sidewalks, and as we know, there's some pretty atrocious ones out there that we have to get out and put back in.
On the sidewalk issue, Mr. Treveri brought up a point about having students or solos and crew going out. Is that feasible for the city of Grand Forks on a liability issue?
I could see our casuals doing that. With a union environment, we're kind of limited on what our students can do. We can get them for certain areas, like, as you see around the campground or in the parks or watering, but it's something maybe we could bring up with the union. But
Yeah, not taking anything away from Mr. Trevor's statement, but we also still have to look at the city's end of it, that we don't get caught up in a lawsuit where a student gets injured.
that's right.
So then the cost doesn't outweigh
Mm-hmm.
the initiative.
We just got to focus on a good program and getting some sidewalks going. Replace.
I'm sure you're capable.
We did assist the ATV club in preparing the Morrison Creek launch site. Downtown beautification, we did one section of Market Street. Did some buildings in parks, a lot of painting. Did some kiosks, we got some more to put up this year with our signage. We did year one of our park turf maintenance. So what we're doing this year is we're doing a lot of aerating and reseeding, but we're reseeding with a more drought resistant seed, so it won't take as much water. So we're really gonna focus on trying to drop our irrigation consumption and see how that goes. Like they say, we should only be watering every 4 days or something like that. So we're gonna try that, see how green it keeps. Did some fencing around the reservoir beacon site. HVAC at the library, we helped do that just to set up the contract, and the Gyro Park Christmas light up. So there's just some typical projects we did. Some sidewalk, that's a sidewalk up above where Wayne showed you where that mobile or modular home was going. That's that sidewalk. Because they had to bring in new services, the sidewalk got taken out and we put a new one back in. That's that piece of equipment on top right that is doing the reseeding. It's aerating and we're reseeding. Yeah. So 2015, keep going with our hanging baskets and planters. Planters at the entrance of City Park, we're looking at, we'll bring to council a thought of trying to do one more there. That's on the bottom there. Yeah. So we did the other side this year, and then we're hoping to do this side this year, but we'll bring it to council and see if there's an appetite for that. Keep going with upgrading our park facilities. Drainage, still want to get up there. This spring, we're going to find out where a lot of the issues are again, so we'll make note of that and try and clean those up. We have a grave restoration program where we just put a couple people in there for a few weeks and just go through all the sites and clean them up and level them out and make them look nice.
I hope you're talking about bodies, but employees.
There's a joke there, but I'm not gonna.
I know.
So, keep some alley upgrades going. The municipal campground's always a high maintenance thing, and you've sort of heard, but we're looking at trying to do a little bit of out of the box thinking of somebody else administering that over there. We would put a lot of effort with our students there, and it took up a lot of time and took them away from maybe going somewhere better. So I think there's gonna be some discussion on how we can maybe talk to local organization and administer that. So what do you think about that?
Has there been any thought to the Silver Kettle sidewalk?
Yeah, there has. I'm just trying to
Good
think.
thought or bad thought?
No. I don't want to put Sash on the spot, but I think
It's coming as part of capital.
Yeah, we're going to put it in front of you, give you a cost. Because it is, as you know, I think they've been at us for, well, since I've been here 2 years, or second year, but even a year before that, probably they've come every year saying it's used, it's well used.
I'll let you finish. I got a question.
On future projects where there's big developments and companies like Golden Life or any other corporation coming in, is it possible for you to make a prerequisite as part of the condition that they develop, that they provide those amenities?
Absolutely. That's a big thing that we talk about, that, you know, but it's a slippery slope too, right? You don't want to put too much on them where they're saying, well, I don't even want to come here now. So, but it's kind of a discussion, an informal discussion you can have with the developers at the time and say, you know, we do need something here, and what can you do? And But there's an avenue there for that.
Because cost-wise, it must be cheaper doing it right at that time by the developer or contractor himself. So even if we give him a little more of an incentive, let him do all the work.
Yeah, I agree.
But then does he become liable for that property, or does the city?
He gives it back to us after he's put in a sidewalk or a road, or
So we maintain it.
we maintain it. It's ours. So yeah, it's a discussion to have at the time with the developers.
Mr. Treveri?
Yeah, just in response to your comment about students and liability and so on, just a comment. 16 years old, I was tapping furnaces in an iron plant as a student. Okay, I was old enough to be hired by Cominco and work, and 3/4 of the people that grew up in Trail in the 60s, 70s, and so on. 20 years old, I was working in the summertime, working underground in the mine. That's really not an issue as long as it meets with the standards or with the regulations of the province. It may be a union issue, but definitely.
Yeah, so the
you say,
logistics.
Hey, you're hiring students to do a job that permanent workers might be doing, but maybe that could be negotiated. I don't see, as long as the students are paid, the going rates, I can't see that really being an issue either.
No disrespect was intended.
No, I'm
Just,
just saying.
on
that-
the city
that,
side of it,
if you're worried about liability, there's no liability there, okay? Other than the regular liability that you would have with your other lenders, okay? Because they're
That's right.
pretty old enough to.
Just looking at my window, I saw a cyclist. And, when you talk about being a sustainable community, moving into the future even more so, and hopefully reducing our carbon footprint in this small town where it's easy to walk and cycle pretty much everywhere. There is that road, is it 68th, where there is a.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, right, that's what I thought, great. So either we put the X through that cyclist.
The what, the X?
An X over the cyclist. Like either we have genuine bike paths, because it's not, and then somebody had said to me, one of the members of previous council said, well, we've got to share the road. That's not really what that emblem on that road is saying. I think we need to do something about that. We need, it's a token to say, this is sharing the road and this is a cycle-friendly town, but it's actually dangerous and we need to do something about it. Either we have genuine cycle paths, which are a great idea, or we have an education program on how to share the road. But right now, that is a serious concern amongst, and this is a really quite a growing phenomenon in our town. Thank goodness that people are cycling and kids are cycling. So can you just speak to this little thorny subject here?
No, that's a good point, and it's well taken, but our focus in that area is asset management. You're gonna hear a lot about that right now. We got to try and reduce our assets. So as silly as it seems, you put another 1.5 meters of asphalt there, you're looking after it, right? But again, it's the will of council, whatever direction they want to go with that, if they want to become the green city and focus more on bicycle paths. But that was the whole intent of that, was controlling the assets.
So why did the cycle emblem go on the road? It's either a road or it's a bike path.
You're referring to a dedicated cycle.
Well, it's either a road for vehicles or it's a bike path.
Councilor Brock?
My understanding, it's a Sharrow, right? It's I think it's European, but anyways, all roads, if you talk about education, when you get your license, there are rules of the road, and bicyclists have the same rights as vehicles. We, as individuals, tend to figure that we can swerve around them. But in theory, they have the legal right to have that lane. So basically what the But, and I think it did cause confusion because it didn't go out with an explanation, but it's just saying, hey, this is cars and bikes, right? I can see if you say, you know, this is a bike only lane, and that's, I think, what you're getting at there. But Cheryl is just reminding people that there is no specific bike lane, that you're sharing the road with the bicycles. Somebody commented to me and said, when I see that, the chevron going up, I'm thinking something's up ahead, like a stop sign, and my response is, yes, something could be up ahead. It's called a bicycle, right? So that's sort of where I think it originated. Oh, glasses.
I was talking.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
I would just suggest that if you're gonna do some kind of education program for bike riders in this town, that you also include what the rules are for them, because I've never noticed this in other community, but I noticed this more and more here, people riding on the wrong side of the road and thinking that that's okay. Parents teaching their kids to ride on the wrong side of the road. This is a safety issue. And people in this town just seem to, oh, that's okay with that. Well, that's actually breaking the law. But anyways, that was my 2 cents.
We opened up a can of worms here, didn't we?
Is the city at any kind of substantial risk here as an unreliable entity by having painted those lines on the road?
I'm gonna say no, and I would concur with Councillor Crowe that it's just, I mean, it could have been not put in, it would have been fine. And, you know, in a sneaky kind of way, it's a bit of traffic calming. You know, they see that and they say, oh, well, hopefully, oh, there might be somebody else here, and they try and keep the speed down, but.
And was the cost factor so significant that those bike lanes weren't paved on the side rather than?
They were significant. It was, you know, it's a long stretch there, and 1.5 meters, we figured it out, and with the budget we had at that time, we couldn't put it in. But it's, I mean, you see the 1.5 meters is there for future if it ever had to go in.
Councillor?
I think the confusion came when the cyclist and the bike got painted on the side of the road, because it indicates, and anywhere else I've seen, it indicates that there is a separate specified bike lane. But there are signage that I think came up afterwards that says share the road, and I think that probably would have been sufficient after the paving, without putting the, painting the bicycles to indicate a bike lane on there. Just having the share the road signs themselves would have probably sufficed and not been as confusing.
Mr. Ross?
I would go as far as to say as people are entering this city from either end, that there be really clear signage saying that we share the road with cyclists, and if right now we share this road with cyclists and deer, so that people would drive more accordingly. Because if we do want to become known as a cycle-friendly city, which would be absolutely fabulous and really progressive, let's just educate people as they're driving in, make them more drive conscious, so they do slow down, because they're going to find cyclists, and like Les says, cyclists don't always follow the rules, and that's just the way it is. But if a cyclist hits if a car is the cyclist is going to lose, and you know, and so I think, you know, having the cost of appropriate signage at the bridge as people are entering, or on Spencer Hill as they're coming down, saying, slow down, we love our deer, we love our cyclists.
I see them typing over here.
Councillor Crowe?
I had to wait because I was gonna use Mike this time. I really like that idea. I had a similar idea. I never thought about the bikes, but depending on what happens with the deer, we're always gonna have deer, and our deer are really adept at actually using the roadways, using the crossing signs and crosswalks. So I was thinking a sign out front that says, hey, you're coming into an area, especially when you come down the hill by that the A&W, because of the oxbow and stuff. Tourists are coming through, they may not know, like we kind of all figure out where the deer cross. I think everybody driving around Grand Forks kind of, oh, okay, here's where they normally are. But yeah, some kind of warning, which could actually be, if we are gonna do economic development with the deer. But I like that idea of the cyclists included too. The one thing, and I was surprised when we did the road without a cycle path, but when I looked at it, it kind of made sense. If you look at it right now, the snow is sitting on gravel. It's gonna, as it melts, it's gonna go down a lot faster than if it was sitting on pavement. So we have a drainage or a better drainage system. And when we get to the cost, because it's not just the cost of putting in the road, it's an asset and it ends up costing us as we go along. I would love to have dedicated bike lanes and pathways throughout the whole city. But when I looked at that one stretch, I thought, oh, okay, well, we can use those strips that we didn't pave to pave another road. That dollar cents to pave a road that actually really needs it. Yeah, maybe the bicycles on the spray painted on the road wasn't a good idea. I knew what they were for, so it made sense to me, but I don't think we communicated that to anybody else out there. So I think the signage coming into town would probably be a better idea.
And just so that you know, we probably pick up over half a dozen deer a year, give or take, 6 to 10 deer that get hit in town. So just so you know. And we work with a local native group that will take the meat if it's okay. Take the next one. I'm moving on to a different department, so I'm not sure if you had any more questions on this or.
I have one question. Maybe it's in conjunction, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, it might be prudent, I believe we have about an hour left. And there is also the camera, so we may want to maybe break for a recess. If you so wish.
I can have a motion for recess.
You can just call it recess.
I can fly through these.
Can I ask that? I'll ask that last question. And in relation to our CFO, I see a projected of 158.5 for the airport for 2015.
Okay.
What is our return from the airport?
Our revenues are not that good there.
There isn't.
We have some lease agreements.
We do make a little bit off the fuel because we do market fuel at the, and we do make some off the hangar leases, but it's not nearly enough to cover the airport.
So in other words, we're taking a loss every year.
Oh yeah, yeah. We cover our fuel, like you say. We do okay with fuel, but other than that.
Thank you. I'd like to call it brief recess.
so we just left off at operations, and I don't know if there's any more questions you can think of when you had your break there, but I believe we're just looking at a 2% wage increase for the employees based on the collective agreement this year, and it's an inflation factor for the materials. So nothing out of the ordinary crazy happening in operations.
Councilor Butler.
Quick question, how come equipment fleet has been left blank?
Maybe because you don't have it yet?
That's exactly, we're currently working on the fleet right now. It's integrated with the general fund, and it goes back and forth to the general fund with charge outs. So when somebody takes a vehicle, that we use the blue book rates and they charge it to the specific department, and then it's kind of a credit out of the equipment fund. And so we have to get the equipment fund a little bit more reconciled until we can actually give you some numbers that will mean something to you at this point. If we gave you the numbers, they're not relevant at this point.
All right, we'll go into electrical. So what we did this year is our meter recertification that we talked about. We did 800 this year, and that was where I was trying to explain about the batches. They send in a certain amount for a recert in that batch, and if it comes back clean, then he says, good, that whole batch is good. So we did 800 this year. I think we sent away, we did 125 that just rotated through. So we get 125, take some out, put the new ones in, send those away. They came out good, so everything was fine. So always that 125 is changing over.
So did you do 800 or 125?
Well, it worked out to 800 because they approved the whole batch. We only send them a certain amount, and if they all test 100%, they give you the perfect. Just down here, our Ruckle station, down by the mill, there's some recloser upgrades that they want to do just to make it more safe for the people. This is the PCB transformer replacement program. That's you'll probably see that one coming in capital actually, but it's just getting rid of some of the PCB transformers and replacing them. Pole testing and treating, which is an annual maintenance that the guys do. And I talked about it in the next slide. That's why there's no number on it. Operational system upgrades, just making certain areas better wire or better poles or whatever. So it's just, that's a maintenance thing that the guys do all the time. The tendering of the Riverside Reconductor project. So that got tendered out last year, and there was a budget set for it, and the tender came in much higher. So we couldn't do it. So you're gonna see us, we're gonna bring back another revised budget to you for capital and try and retender this out next year. Okay. And meter.
That much higher, substantially higher than what you budgeted, or?
Oh no, Rox, I think we had in the budget 100,000, and it came in at 180. Something like that.
It's almost doubled from what you said.
Yeah. So we're hoping to get it out early this year. Maybe they'll be a little bit more hungrier out there earlier in the year.
Oh, that's a high increase.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I'm hoping to get it down lower this time. Just some typical, there's our meter, and what the guys do is they'll do a little drawing or design and talk about what they want to take down, do a different wire. So we're going to continue with replacing the transformers with PCBs. They got to be greater than 50 ppms. The continuation of the pole replacement program. So we're looking at testing and treating 550 poles this year. Is that me? Oh, sorry. Try to retender that Riverside project, get the substation upgraded, and we have 400 left for meter recertification. So that's where it comes in, where some will be pulled again and sent away.
You're not replacing the meters, the transformers with PCBs, you're replacing the ones that change.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So that was a quick one. I don't know if you had any questions about the literature you had in front of you. We got 3 guys there. Same thing, 2% wage increase. and just an inflation factor.
Question I had, and I mean, probably more through to you, Roxanne. There's no amortization.
It is, and in the next slides I'll be showing you after Roger, I have
Okay.
started to put the amortization into it now.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I-
That's what else.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before we recess, and this is to go back, I'm sorry, is this okay if I ask a question, is that electrical? Why do we have a full-time staff person at the airport? Operator 4, it's a full-time equivalent.
He is an op 4 / airport,
What-
so he's not always out there.
Oh, okay, so
So
what's,
he's, I don't know what our percentage is for him out there.
so what does Op 4 mean? Is that just his designation as an employee?
Yeah,
He's
so
Op 4.
certain piece of equipment our operator 4 only can drive and kind of thing like. So he's gone up the ranks and we have op 4s, op 3s.
Right.
Does that make sense or do you need a little bit more?
No, it's fine. How much time has he spent at the airport? Like, there's not that many planes that land.
Oh, no, you're right. We're trying to,
Is he like mowing the lawn on the airstrip?
I think we don't, no. We only mow it maybe twice a year. I think right now with the snow removal, that's a big thing to make sure Medivac can get in when they want to get in. So he spends more time out in the winter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he spends more out there in the winter.
But doesn't Medevac come in a helicopter?
No.
Both?
So they'll phone up and they'll say, is your runway clear? And if it's been snowing and you tell them, well, we got 2 inches on there, they might just say, well, we're not coming in then. And it doesn't look good for us.
Right.
Any other?
So who does maintenance of the beacons and radio equipment, stuff like that?
That fellow does.
That fellow does?
Yes, with the help of somebody else.
So you send them up onto the mountains to fix those lights if they go bad?
That's correct.
There you go. Okay, thanks.
Just out of curiosity, if a plane's coming in at night, and I have clear view of the, as is probably everybody else in airports, but you come right in behind our place, and I can see the beacons. How do they contact city, and who turns the beacons on and off?
They do phone the operator who carries the phone all the time. We've got a system out there that the pilots can turn it on at night if they wanted to, but we've left it off right now because we have no way of controlling that. People who are flying at night have to be certified, and we don't know if they are, and they're just out there turning lights on and taking off. So they do phone us, they contact us first.
Is the switch at the airport, or is it here at the city?
It's at the airport. And they usually try to give the fella, I understand, a 2-hour window and say, we're coming in 2 hours. Can you get everything going? So he'll run out there and he'll turn it all on to make sure everything's good.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Carry on.
Okay. So the water utility, we helped with the, we built a new zone reservoir control building up there, just put some switching into an actual building now rather than sitting on a pole. We did, and I should just, it shouldn't say sewer, but 25 water service repairs this year. So it gives you an idea of how often things are popping out there.
You mean, not just main lines, but it's not.
Right, mostly residential.
Oh.
Yeah, or or close to, or the way they come onto the main line, but so there's 25 of those. We have a mainline flushing program, which we do every year. It's a maintenance program that we like to do. One nice thing we did last year was we reused the water that we were flushing from the hydrants, and we just took it and put it right into one of our other fleet or tanks, and then we washed boulevards with it because it was a big thing to try and conserve water. So we're reusing that now, rather than just when you do hydrant maintenance, you just put it on the ground and it just goes away, right? So we're reusing that water now. There's a well 3 shaft that got replaced. We helped with locating services during this water meter project. Our new bylaw has the contractors putting in the services now to new lots. So our involvement in that is just to inspect it. So we had 3 of those last year. There's a drinking water week that we like to get mayor and council involved in and have the community come out and see our water systems and show them how we chlorinate or not. And
Your worship, just I'd like to just ask, the reuse of the water for, that's huge in my opinion. And I don't think, I didn't know that. Those are the kinds of things that we need to be, I think, putting out there for the public to know that we take conservation very, very seriously, and that's something that we're doing.
yeah, something we're kind of proud of, and I was trying to talk to the chief maybe because he got shut down. Like they go out and do a really good moneymaker for washing parking lots for the businesses, and that got shut down on him last year. So maybe we can work together. I don't know. Maybe this is probably Laura's following the water
than that.
Yeah.
But I mean, those are the kinds of things that the city gets slammed for. I mean, people say, well, if they were sprinkling, they're doing this and doing that. But that's I think really something important that we can show that we are taking that matter.
Yeah, I got actually, there's a picture of the guys doing it on the bottom right there. So they've got the hoses attached to the hydrant and they're flushing the hydrant. So you got a certain standard and time, you've got to flush the water out. And rather than dumping it all on the ground and letting it go away, we're grabbing that and putting it into that tanker truck there. So, yeah.
We have to blow our own horn, I think, a little more sometimes, that?
Roger, when you state cross-connection implementation, is that something that's just beginning or?
No, it's here. When I got here, I just thought it was a little bit weak.
Yes.
And so, I mean, I administered my own program for a while there too, so I like to get back into that and get it rolling again.
Is there stringent enforcement on it?
There's usually a letter sent out to the businesses every year and say, your test is due at this time because we have it all on a program. So
what about residential?
For irrigation and
or so hose bibs, issues like that.
Yeah. We do know who's got some out there. I guess it goes through we find out through the building permit. But it varies for each municipality if you really want to push the irrigation, the residential irrigation or housing. I mean, either way, it could still backflow in, right?
Yeah, no, I'm less concerned about the irrigation. I'm more concerned about the watering hoses because a lot of houses still have the old, as we call them, hose bibs. And maybe rather than have all kinds of enforcement, would it not be maybe cheaper on the city's behalf to give the residents these screw-on attachments?
Yeah, the vacuum
not
breakers
a fortune,
yeah.
But they could save the city a lot of problems.
I mean, that's something maybe we can talk about and do a big education on it too. And
yeah, educate the homeowners.
Yeah.
Pardon me, ignorance, what's a hose bib?
It's your outside tap where you hook your garden hose to. And if you don't have a backflow preventer, it could siphon back even to the water system, i.e. contaminate the whole municipality.
It's a classic, like if the hose is in a bucket full of soap and then the main line breaks on the street, then there's a vacuum that's happening just.
Or if you got a grass area that's higher where you've had dog feces, etc.
Cattle.
Back it goes, yes.
Yeah, there's been a number of people on Facebook complaining about crappy water, and it's probably what it is because the city's had to go and clean it.
Because wasn't it at one time that Grand Forks had no chlorination because of the fact that the water was good, but then they discovered, I remember back with Mike Emery, there was a situation, they've had such a grave cross-connection problem, and so they couldn't find it, so they just implemented chlorination. Here we are. And that's why I'm wondering what the progress is as far as the city.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm pretty happy with it now. We're up and running pretty good with that, and we're keeping everybody honest.
Excellent.
Where did I skip to that? Yeah, okay. And just so you know, at the top left, those are the pit meters that people keep talking about. I'm putting pit meters in at property line. So there's 2 of them right there.
Those are installed?
Those are installed and just backfilling back up. So it's just a big cylindrical tube that goes right down into the service coming into the house, and the meter's down in there, and then we can lift it up and read it.
So if, well, maybe I should, I'm gonna ask the question anyway. If there's, Sylvia Treptow comes to mind with her irrigation, so she couldn't have, she has to have a pit meter?
Yeah.
Okay, does she have to pay for that, or does this?
No, if they've got irrigation and they've identified it, that's something the city's in part of their operation will do it. We will pay for it out of that metering project.
Yes, so if you just don't want to have a meter, but your house could have one, or you just decided you didn't want one for your reasons, then you have to pay for it, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, there was a statement made, was it at the last meeting? Or it was there, regarding pit meters.
Okay.
And again, correct me if I'm wrong, was it stated that the pit meter is on the city's side of the property line?
In my mind, you have to put it on the city side of the property line.
But how would you do it if the curb stop is already either on the city line or on the residence side, which there is a lot of cases in Grand
You're absolutely right. That's a great question. So what we're looking at is grabbing it and bringing it back around the service back out onto city property. Yeah, so there is some animals out there like that the services may have put on private property. I don't know, I'm sure there is, but that's what we're thinking. That's the only way we can think operational.
Yeah, because
get
then
it
the
back
homeowner
on.
becomes the actual owner of the meter, but in fact, de facto, whatever the terminology is, the city owns the meter.
Yeah.
And the curb stop.
Yeah.
Councilor Butler.
Just curious, how many houses in town are on wells and not hooked up to the city water system?
You know, I don't know that, and I can try and find out for you. I don't know if we even keep a log of that, but I'm sure with all the knowledge in this town, they'll know, oh yeah, so-and-so has one and so-and-so, right?
Well, I'm just wondering, if we know how many houses we have and then how many meter installs you're doing, you must be able to figure out the difference.
How many houses we have?
In Grand Forks.
Yes, and how many meter installs?
Right.
Are you saying that that's their main source of water is the well? I think there's a couple things there. Well, I could easily find out for you how many wells are out there, quite honestly, really. Just thinking about, I know there's one road that's all on wells, and we could do that. I would say it's not a lot, but.
In fact, are there still wells and city service connection? I believe Mr. Copeland and myself talked about that once before.
I honestly can't answer that. There was at one time.
There was a.
With the backflow prevention for program.
Yeah.
They've isolated the wells from the.
To the best of your knowledge.
I really couldn't tell you how far along they are with that. I know that was a part of it.
Because that could possibly be a grave concern.
Yeah, that's an issue, absolutely.
Seems to me that Johnson Flats had a lot of wells, and when the city extended the water service down there, they went on domestic use for, on the city water system, but used their own wells for irrigation.
I know, were you having any kind of legality contravention there by someone doing it?
I couldn't tell you.
For somebody having a well and a city.
Yeah. As long as they're not joined, I'm saying, but
Yeah.
independently in this situation where you could use the well for irrigation, is there any conflict there?
If it's isolated from the city service?
They're allowed having both?
Well, the well would have been in existence prior.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, I know there is one home down Johnson Flats Way where the home is still on its own well, but they're paying for a water service as if it was connected to the house, but they're not physically connected.
You see that? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. So, our wastewater. Yeah, that was a tough one. I could have put more thought into this one, I guess, but yeah, they do a lot of maintenance. So it's mainline flushing program, which takes up a lot of time trying to clean out these lines out here. We had 6 sewer line service, so that's pretty rare that a sewer line is going to fail, but mostly it's because of what you saw when you mentioned about frequent flyers. That's what the boys term as they know there's a sewer service problem there. It's on our side, so we just go out there before we fix it, and until we can get to it, we go and clean it and keep rodding it to get it so it keeps flowing. So that's what that would be. We'd go and fix 6 of them. So we try to do so many a year. So that's what they call a frequent flyer.
Okay, I
didn't know it either until I came in and I said, well, frequent flyer, what are we doing? Giving out.
Do we have any root infestation problems?
Absolutely.
A lot.
Yeah, that's a big thing. That's a lot of our failure.
Because there's probably a lot of concrete pipes still.
A little bit of everything, yeah. It's a dog's breakfast out there.
So wooden pipes?
I don't think we have wooden.
No wooden pipes?
No. But you're right, a lot of AC and another thing we're doing operational wise, number 3 is a lift station. So that they got the pumps in those that lift the effluent out and everything else with it. And so they get clogged up a lot. It's amazing what goes down the toilet or wherever it goes, but we are picking out things that clog up the impellers. So they're making now these impellers that'll actually chew it before it takes it up. So we're starting to change those out. We did 2 last year and the good results.
Grinders?
Yeah, it's like a grinder, absolutely. Yeah. So it seems to be working pretty good.
I guess that's where a new bylaw comes into place, where you're restricted of what you put down your sewer. Is that true? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Isn't there one in the bylaws, implementation of what you're allowed to put down your sewer?
Yeah, we do, I mean, it's pretty hard to regulate that, right?
Yeah.
Because people will flush whatever, or the
It's
kids will
amazing.
flush it, and I mean, you don't know, like, that it happens, so it's pretty hard to regulate that.
Yeah, we really want to try and do a little bit of an education this year and just show them that, you put this down and then we have to deal with it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Cost wise.
If it's in the bylaw, it's out there. So I mean, those concerned citizens or education will see that and hopefully they will absorb it.
Mm-hmm. We've had a lot of success of going to the schools and talking to the kids. They just eat that stuff up and then they bring it home and they tell mom and dad and
catch them in the act. That down, I learned that.
So it's always a nice thing to go into the schools and talk to the kids.
So is there any contingency in here for sludge removal in the ponds for this year?
Not on my end, on operational wise. I think we're going to talk about it through engineering ourselves and come up with.
Yeah, because the report was just completed not very long ago, we haven't as a group had a chance to sit down and look at the options for that. So we haven't budgeted for that yet, but if council would like to see a line item for that. The only thing is we have to pick an option so that we know what kind of cost into the budget.
Yeah, we felt there was just need to be more discussion at the council table if we brought you a report and like gave some options and then you guys can weigh it and unless you're telling me right now.
No, I can't tell you, but I find some of this is tough because we haven't done our strategic plan yet, so.
That's right.
What to agree to,
Exactly. Yeah, we don't want to dump a whole bunch of big stuff at you and that might not even be what you're thinking or what you want to see, right? So that's a good time to bring it up, for sure.
So we've come to the end of all of this, and the grand total for it all that I got came to $10,756,384. And how much are we up over last year, and is that a concern for the taxpayer?
Can we?
Oh, you weren't done yet? I'm sorry.
No, Roger's not done.
Okay, go
Sorry, I forgot we have a couple pictures that might be. So you see the pump we're pulling at the top right there. There's your typical buildup that we bring up. And then down below is an older, that's a storm main right there. And so that's what we're dealing with in our infrastructure is, you know, maintenance is huge. We gotta clean these lines out constantly and you see what comes in.
Is that type of pump that's at the north end of the boundary, also near the secondary school?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where we put the impeller ones in too, because it's a high flow area.
You guys are working on that one almost all the time.
Yeah, so we're seeing the overtime. We thought, you know, for the cost, let's put this impeller in, and it's starting to pay a little bit of dividends.
Exactly.
So do you find, okay, I know years and years ago at the Omega, there was an issue with the grease from the restaurant, people, you know. So is that still an issue? Are we going into the?
That's an area, there's a line there that we go regularly to clean out. Yes. So it's, you know, how do you get the businesses to put grease traps in, or if they haven't, or and I'm not sure, but.
Mr. Colback might be able to address that. Wouldn't that be a plumbing code issue?
It would, if they took out a new permit.
Yeah, everything's so old.
It's existing.
Yeah, it's grandfathered.
Well, not
Well,
I
to a degree,
hate
yeah.
using the term grandfather, but anything that's pre-existing, when they apply for a permit for an
Yeah,
alteration.
for any alteration,
At that
then you gotta
time,
bring it up to code.
we will require that a grease trap be put in.
Have we had any cases like that?
Yeah.
Not even.
I mean, I'm not just picking on the Omega, but I think some of the other restaurants too.
Well, yeah.
Were,
Because that will definitely help even our sewage treatment plant and everything.
Absolutely.
I mean, to have raw grease and. Councilor,
I'm surprised that restaurants would still consider dumping grease. As a teenager, I worked in a hotel, and they had great big buckets out the back that they collected all the kitchen grease in.
Mhm.
And it was purchased by soap manufacturers. So there must be other avenues of recycling that would be a benefit to the business, that maybe an education.
well, the A&W for one does do that. They actually have a truck come.
A good majority of the restaurants do have an outfit, I believe, out of Spokane that collects
Which would be
the
a wise
leftover grease. A
approach.
lot of this is just from the dishwashing and stuff.
Oh,
Over time,
okay.
it just builds up.
Because I believe Clyde's has a separate bin out the back
Yeah.
that they put.
Yeah, they're one of the
grease.
ones, grease collection.
Yeah, yeah.
Stanley's has one, Gillies has one. Honeydew, when it was in operation, had one. I know a number of them do have them.
Is there a bylaw in place?
that I'm aware of.
To make, but like new construction would definitely have to put it in, right? But
Absolutely.
For Councilor Carter, I got one comment on that. Is there no way that we can implement into the bylaw that it is mandatory as of such a date that we have to put in grease traps?
Yeah.
Just to save the problems we're having. That we can bring it before council and,
Absolutely. Whatever comes.
because I don't think any restaurant is gonna leave our city because you ask them to put a grease trap in. It'll help the green
They're not
effect.
that hugely expensive.
Exactly, so
You have to hit for them for 1 month.
I'd set them back for a week of income, but if that. Councilor Crowe?
Yeah, a couple of things. The grease collection bins are usually for oils like fryer oils and stuff like that. And there are actually people in our community that will take deep fry oil to run in as biodiesel. So that's how we get rid of some of ours. The most of the grease is just from rinsing pan, not even just the dishwashers, from everyday use. And that's the stuff that's getting into the system, not the big 5-gallon glugs of stuff. I'm not sure, I guess if we could look at putting it in on my kitchen, I already put one in, right? So, yeah, they're not that expensive, but you have to clean them and they're totally disgusting, but it's better than going in.
But then you have companies that'll come and clean those up, to pick up the stuff that's in the grease trap. The sludge, so to speak.
Yeah, they will come and suction the big oil things. But to get somebody to actually enter your restaurant and clean it, it would be the same as having somebody clean your exhaust fan. You'd have to hire a private company.
Yes.
So there would be that cost that goes along with it.
Which is minimal. You don't do that often in a year, unless you have a tremendous amount of usage.
Yeah, they're mostly about 50-pound tanks. So
You size it according to your establishment.
Yeah, your water flow gallons per minute.
Councillor Hammond.
Is there not a degreaser or detergent that can be used right now?
No, that would kill a lot of bugs.
I don't know if you want to add chemicals to your.
Well, there's biodegradable and green products out there that do break up grease. I mean, they wash ducts that are in the oil spills with detergent.
But only the one you can buy across the line, the one Dawn detergent up here doesn't work.
It just would be, how would you be, I don't even know if there's such an entity out there where you could put a container and put a degreasing agent into it. I've never heard of it. Have you?
Yeah, pretty expensive too, I think.
And the cost factor would probably be way higher than putting a grease trap.
Yeah.
Because how do you know when to put the enzymes or whatever it might be to break it down? How many times? Twice a day, once a week?
Yeah, I think the biggest consideration, if anything, that we put down the line, at the end of the day, it ends up in the lagoon. And if we kill off the bacteria in that lagoon, we have a problem.
Yeah, then we're in trouble, it's like a septic tank.
Yeah.
Roger, carry on.
Well, just the last note, so this is obviously a camera in the pipe there, and you saw me reference I&I program, so that's inflow and infiltration study. So involves a lot of camera work, finding out where groundwater or where some cross connections are coming into our sanitary, making it, you don't really want to treat clean water, right? So that's just like a typical camera going down the line snapshot. And those are lagoons on the left there, and you can see the sludge build up in the middle. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, just wondering about your citywide, for lack of a better term, colonoscopy you're doing here. How far have you gone with that? Like, has it been pretty extensive? This putting the camera down down through the sewer and pipe systems to see where the leaks are?
When we did 68th, we did a massive project on it, and I think we've gone through a lot of the town, but I want to get it more category. I want to get some more streets done and do a program to get them all
So
in
that
grid.
you can start to prioritize where it really is serious, where the leaks are, and okay. So you haven't done the.
It's probably out there. I just haven't seen all the. Takes a lot of looking at CDs. And
But do we have that equipment to do it?
we do, but you're going to see me put a capital request to get a better one this year. So, but we do have one that will go through.
Right. Okay. Cool.
In conjunction with that question, does the city still have in their possession, obviously I'm sure they do, the Lidell report? Back from, I believe it was 2008, where they scoped the majority of all the pipes and the sewers.
In Grand Forks?
Yes, and there was actually a very extensive report put out with the red zones, which are high.
Yeah, I think so. There's a study.
I think
Yes,
you were
Mr.
at
Mayor,
that.
we do have that report. About 67% of the whole entire sewer system has been videoed. But that was over a period of 3 years from 1998, 1999, and 2000. So there's still a third of it that's we have no information on.
But in 2008, wasn't there an extensive scoping done?
There was, but I think what happened is the company that did the inspections didn't use the proper coding. So when KWL went and put their report together, they didn't actually review the videos. They just took what the inspection company said and put that in their report. So I actually went back and looked at every single video and made my own notes. Again, that was, 10, 12 years ago. Obviously, the condition's not going to be better today.
No. So can there be a follow-up done on the really high red critical areas that were in that report? And have they been re-scoped or re-looked that.
That's kind of what we've been trying to do, before we actually do the capital project, is to re-video it and see what the condition of the pipe is.
Yeah, so we can address this so-called infrastructure that everybody's screaming about. Councillor Butler?
So are these just sewer pipes that you've scoped, or have you done the water lines as well?
Just a sewer.
You can't, they're too little.
Yeah.
Water and pressure. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Roger.
So we have to head into in-camera 5, and we still have quite a bit of stuff to cover. So I have 4 slides that I call the meat of the financial plan. I'm going to show them to you. I'm going to go over them briefly. I fully expect that we will have a lot of questions on this. If you could just make note of all your questions, and at the beginning of the next financial plan presentation, we can just kind of do a summary of this and go over it just one more time to make sure. I do think that we are going to have to discuss possibly having one extra meeting just to kind of summarize it all up and get it complete, because I see us pushing into the next capital and then running out of time on that one too. So
Will we get copies of those?
you bet. This entire PowerPoint will be available for council to look at. Okay. Now this one is really hard to read, but you will be able to see when you get PowerPoint. This is the big picture of all of the funds. And I'm just gonna kind of run down the different categories that are in the general fund. We started legislative committees. In 2014, that was Economic Development, Environment, DEER. And Head Start wasn't an official committee. Council did put money aside and funded the Head Start program last year. They also received a grant that has been unexpended. So there's about $4,000 sitting as an unexpended grant for Head Start if council so chose to continue the program this year. The goal of the Head Start program last year was to have a conference. They ended up postponing the conference, so I don't know if 4,000 would be enough money to have a conference this year, but council could definitely look at that. We've just put a blanket number of 45,000 in for the committees. Council may want to change that. They may want allocated however they choose among these committees, and I'm sure in your strategic planning session you'll figure out which committees you want. So, then legislative. Actually, sorry, my eyes aren't getting up this. At least I can tell you the numbers. Okay, so legislative. And once we get the smart board completely working out all the point and circle things for you and make them bigger, it'll be excellent. Legislative. 195, 891 in 2013, 197, 955 in 2014, and we're putting a temporary number in of 201. I think most of the legislative budget has been reconciled, so I think this year to date is pretty close to what we will be at, 197. Administrative, 305, 531, and 450 is the ask for 2015. Protective services. So protective services right now is victim services, and we also have a little bit of money going to the Citizens on Patrol for their vehicle. The city sponsors the vehicle for them to drive around in. So that's what those two are consisting of. Victim services, we do have money coming in on the revenue side for that too. And that'll be another service that we would like to talk about, possibly getting regional integration on that. It is a service that's offered to different areas. I know we're splitting some of the telephone costs with Midway, etc. So I think it's more of a regional service, and we have no discussions on that with the RDKB.
Can I just interject when you say that? Because it's going to form part of my report tonight from RDKB 101. But John McLean has offered to come over and give a workshop for council, but he wants it not public, because there are some services that he wants to discuss that the city might want to share in, and at this point in time, he just wants it kept between the city and the region and the directors. So not that there's anything to hide, but when we're talking about contracting, we don't want to get everybody all upset until council's had an opportunity to hear it and digest it. So I'll just be making reference to that.
All right. Finance. Finance is next. Actual 2013, 315. Actual 2014, 293. This number is very draft because we still have some year-end adjustments and we did have some medical issues this year. So our year-end payroll accruals might be affecting that. I expect to see, and I'll know in the next week or so here, I expect to see another $10,000 or $15,000 probably charged to this budget. I have, this is different than your council report. I've put this, our 2015 ask down to 313. There are a couple things in the operating budget that I discussed during our presentation, like some of the software upgrades. We also have, this year we have to do a building assessment for our values for our buildings and for our insurance purposes. So given past, I would think that that would be between $10,000 and $12,000 to do the assessment for the buildings. So that is one of the other issues there. Elections, 2014 actual was 14,000, 2015 draft is 5,000. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm hoping that council will allow me to put $5,000 in a year, so that every fourth year we have the $20,000 sitting in reserve. So because we try and smooth our operating so it's the same every year, and it's hard to budget when you have things that are coming up every 4 years. So it'd be easier to put $5,000 a year with smooth our operating budget. That's the idea with that. Communications is pretty much the same. We have a fee for service. We've discussed that today. City events, $10,000. Slide remediation. We had some issues in 2013. We had to check out the side pile. Now we just have some basic yearly costs with the lawyer. Is it for mineral rights or something to do with the slide that we have to pay for every year? So,
Yes.
and we put a little bit extra in just to monitor the slide pile. Bylaw enforcement. There is quite an increase in bylaw enforcement. That's due to Mr. Copan's request for staff member, and same as building inspection. Zoning and planning is increased about $50,000. At least I'll show you that too. Just got some things to do with some of the land sales, etc. and the zoning and planning. So economic development, for the showcase, there's some extra money in for that. Fire and emergency, 449 to 430, 474 this year. Taking into account that you will see the other side of this on the revenue side is another recovery from the RDKB, about half of that comes back.
That's a nice back up second. You said the extra in economic development is for the showcase?
There is a development showcase coming up that we have put in the operating, depending on the council's wishes. And I believe that was about 25,000?
50.
50? Okay. So you would like more details on that?
Yeah.
Okay. We will make sure. Okay. So debt payments. Debt payments, 2013, we were at about 68,000. These were for, we had a road improvement back in the day. Now we also have, it's gonna double for the next 25 years, and you're gonna see down in amortization down here. I'm also gonna have, and I'm not sure yet what it is, MFA hasn't given me the exact amount yet, but between sewer and general, and wastewater in general, we're gonna have another $127,000 in debt payments from the city park lift station. We have just converted that debt to long-term, so our first payments will just start coming in here, so we're gonna have to start budgeting for that each year too. That's the downside of the debt, it's a cash budget, so we have to budget for the entire payments each year, and those are significant. Not so much now, but if we go into further into multi-utility projects and the borrowing projects, we'll have to make sure to put the debt payments into our operating budget every year. Public Works. Public Works is, you guys can take council. Sorry. You can take a better look at these numbers, but they haven't changed a lot from year to year. Engineering has, because we've created more of an engineering department than anything over the last couple of years, so we've been putting more recruiters, et cetera, over the engineering department. A lot of this, when I sat with the roads coordinator, he's not technically the roads coordinator anymore, the assistant.
Public Works Foreman?
Public Works Foreman, okay. I basically said to him, this is the bottom line. If you need to move it around a little bit because you're doing more work in one area or another, that's been all right. And that's been our thing with our operating budgets is they need to be able to manage the operations day to day. So we're not holding them line to line. We're holding them by department so that they're able to manage so they can zig and zag if they need to throughout the year. Same as the Schedule A. Our Schedule A, what we're held to, and our Schedule A is on the website, but I do have a PDF copy here. That's what we're held to in terms of expenditures. So we have a summary in our Schedule A that pretty much says general expenditures, $10 million. And that's the bottom line that we're held to. We're not held on the line by line items. Amortization. Here's the amortization for the general fund. It's sitting at about $1 million each year. So this is what we are theoretically losing in our asset value each year in the general fund only. Water fund, water operations, we're sitting at about $770,000 a year. Amortization sitting at about $190,000. Electrical fund, there's the huge operations. Most of those are 75% power purchases. Amortization, not very big for the electrical department at this point, $41,000. And then the transfer to general, it was at $410 in 2013, $420 in 2014. Budgeted for $433 this year. Wastewater's sitting at about $672. There's the debt payments I'm looking at. Here's where the debt payments are going to double for 2015, I'm guessing. So due to the City Park Bus Station, and they have about $165,000 in amortization. So that's part of the bigger picture of all the funds. These numbers, like I say, for 2014, some of them are quite draft. They're in the range of where they're going to be, but there's going to be lots of adjustments. Right now, we're going through reconciling all the accounts, getting all the payroll accounts, all the asset and liability accounts adjusted, and making sure everything's in the right area. And this is when we sit down with the managers to review the 2015 budgets, when we look at 2014 and say, okay, what happened? What do we need to do differently? And this is where we're finding, okay, well, that shouldn't have been in electrical, it should have been in sewer, or, and getting it all tweaked up for the audit. So that's the big picture on it. So this is the one I think that we'll probably keep coming back to, and we'll probably just keep tweaking these numbers as we go. And then I'm going to show you the revenue side of it too, and see how they kind of mesh. So, that's my question.
On the electrical surplus, is that 100% or is that 90% of the surplus generated in the system?
Right now, he's got most of the surplus going over to the general.
Not putting anything aside for.
Some of it's going, okay, so he does have a payment going into capital, and I believe in the 2015, it's Alex that usually, he gives me a draft budget and I review it and go over it with Roger. I believe he's got $225,000 in capital that he wants to spend, and he's got $245,000 going into the capital reserve. So out of the money that they're bringing in for revenue, about 240 of it ish is going into capital reserve. 433 is going over to general, and so then that will pretty much balance it out. And then anything that's under right now is falling into surplus at year end. So that's kind of what we want to do with the operating budget. And in the operating budget's where we need to start putting our money into our reserves to build up our reserves for the infrastructure replacement. That's the only way it gets into the reserves is through the operating budget. And then when we look at the capital budget, then we take it out of the reserves. So that's what we need to try and squeeze in this budget right now is payments to reserves to build up the reserves. So when I bring the capital budget back on February 10th, I'm also going to bring a draft policy for surplus and reserves. Right now what's happening, anything that's surplus in the year, we don't have a policy for putting it into reserves, so it's just falling into surplus. And it'd be nice to have a policy that says we want 20% sitting in surplus for contingency, but once it hits 20%, anything above that, 10% would go to capital fund, 10% would go to whatever other reserves that we have. Currently also, we only have one capital reserve. I'm running out of time, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to speed her up, I'm sorry, you guys, is it 5 o'clock? Okay, I'm really sorry, I'm just gonna show you really briefly. Or maybe I'm not. Can you hit it for me?
Just enter.
Yeah. Okay, so why I think property taxes, municipal taxes get a bad rap. When you get your tax notice, you're getting your notice for all of these different areas. We're collecting it for all the different areas, and there's the pie chart of who we're collecting for. 40% of it's collected for the city of Grand Forks, 30% for school tax, 23% for the RDKB, 3% for the hospital, and then municipal finance shows a 0 because I didn't do enough 0 decimal places on it, but I think it's 0.2%, 1% for BC assessment, and police tax at 3%. So in 2014, the average residential assessment to Grand Forks was $199,000. Total property taxes on your bill would have been $1,942. The municipal tax would only have been $776 of that. The rest would be collected for other governments, which actually only works out to $64.67 a month, which is probably less than the average cell phone for the services that I showed you in the previous slide. The parks, the cemetery, the roads, the airport, all those services. So I think it's the way that we collect it. We collect it once a year as opposed to 12 monthly payments. And I think that we collect for all the other governments. People aren't realizing that only a portion of that's municipal. So
we have to pay out to those other.
Yeah, we just collect it for them and pay it all out. So here is the RDQB requisition for 2014 for you guys to review. The council to review. We'll break this habit. Just so you're aware of the different services that we're also paying through for the RDQB through our tax notices. I'm sure when you get your RDKB 101, they'll be giving you a little bit more description on some of these. Councillor Krog is also involved right now in the budget discussions, so he's probably able to answer some questions on any of these if you have any questions on them. RDKB requisition last year was 1.3 million. And briefly, on to the next one. I think we're really close to being done. Okay, so these are just general revenues. I just wanted to show you where we get our money from. Some of these aren't actually going to show as revenues because they're not true revenues, and the accountant's going to make us move them, etc. Like the land sales, I mean, that automatically goes into a reserve. But just so you know what the money that we're bringing in, what kind of money that we're bringing in and what it's from. So we're sitting at just about $3 million for property taxes. We have 1% in lieu and franchise fees for electrical, things like that. And 1% of this gross sales from year 4, they pay the municipality. Parcel taxes, airport. Here's the airport revenue that we're bringing in from the leases and the fuel sales. Garbage fees, $202,000. Cemetery, $32,000. Heavily subsidized. Campground, $46,000. Rezoning subdivision. I wasn't able to budget that. So I don't know if that's a one-off. So custom work orders, we're getting away from those. Trying not to do custom work orders, especially in the general fund. Business licenses, $30,000. Building permits, about $25,000. Interest and penalties on property taxes and utility bills. We have building rentals and leases. At Rochester, we have 22 buildings. Here's the rural fire recovery that we're getting in. Slide revenue. This isn't actually revenue because it goes directly into our slide reserve, about $235,000 a year. Small communities grant. This has been all over the board. They've been doing bubble payments, little payments, so it's been really hard to budget for. We didn't know this in 2014 what we were going to get. They told us that we're going to get $475 in 2015. Haven't told us anything past that. So, and that's it's pretty critical for us. Contribution from electrical, investment income. I put down because I'm worried about the interest rates. I don't think they're going lower, but we said that last year. Grants and donations, that also includes in grants, gas tax, so anything that we do that's approved by gas tax comes through as grant. And banking assistance. So there's our.
Where does the small communities operating grant come from? Provincial government?
Yeah. So there it is in a nutshell. Some of these aren't true revenues, but this is the cash we're bringing in, and we're doing a cash budget, so that's what we're worried about. So I'm gonna have to ask if there's any quick questions and let you guys get chatting now.
Councilor Hammond.
Well, we have $12 million in expenditures, but only for.
Yeah,
I thought I was just tired.
We haven't got to the point yet of filling in any of the grants or any of the monies that we're gonna bring from reserve or any of the monies that we're gonna bring from surplus, so,
Okay, so let's put enough to reach into our pockets.
no, we're balanced last year, we will be balanced this year, so, a lot of this is gonna be, we'll be bringing in some gas tax in it, we will have some grants, there will be some other revenues that aren't showing on there yet, but by the time we bring it back, I'll be able to show you the whole big picture on both sides.
Councilor Ross.
Interest rates are really low, so we have investment income of 45, 2014, projected 30,000 in 2015. What investment income, where is that coming from?
That's coming from our reserves, some of our reserves, and our surplus. So, because our surplus sits in the bank, we have an agreement with the Crown Works Credit Union. I believe we're getting 1.25, which I would probably now go down to 1%.
That's what we're getting, but what are we paying?
What are we paying on our debt?
Yeah.
Just under 2%. The debt's not high either. There's the good side to that too, right on our debt payments. But that could also increase on our debt payments on the other side when the interest rate goes up.
So here's the big question. Okay, so what's our debt and what is our investment?
Total?
Yeah.
Okay, I will have to bring that back to you. So you want to know for investment, you want to know what we totally have sitting in surplus and what we have in all our reserves.
I want to know what our debt is.
Yeah.
And how much we have in investment.
Money's getting interest on.
What we're getting interest on. Yeah. And then.
That's no problem. I planned on bringing that at the very beginning of the capital presentation. Just my first thing was going to be to show you the 2013 financial statements and say, here's the money we have. So this is what we have for capital, and here's all our capital requests, and then we have to try and juggle on where can we fund that from and what levels do we want to keep in there. So.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Mr. Mayor, Council will have to receive the presentation.
Yes. Can I have a motion to receive the information? Favor? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, you'll have to now announce the in-camera resolution.
Okay.
So, I'll shut myself down now.
Immediately following the committee of the whole meeting, council will hold an in-camera meeting, and the committee of the whole recommends council convene an in-camera meeting as outlined under section 90 of the charter to discuss matters in a closed meeting which are subject to section 91E, acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land improvements that could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality. Be it referred to resolve that persons other than members, officers, or other persons to council may deem necessary to conduct city business will be excluded from the in-camera meeting.
So
Okay.